Okay, so today I'll continue with what has been like a week straight of me playing chess after not playing it for about a month. Right, we did that PVZ challenge, and then, this is the only thing I've done since since then. I guess I did a just chatting thing where I was giving a eulogy for the PVZ Heroes account, and then also, um, I was sort of like looking at stuff that I could potentially play. Like that's kind of a fun way to do it. I'll do like a game randomizer, just like some site that gives you random names of games. And if I haven't played it, I could do a first playthrough permadeath, or even if I have played it, I could do some kind of hard mode with it. So I just don't feel like I have enough time to really get immersed in something like that. But the other thing I want to still do is finish the Smite series at some point. I don't really know when I'm gonna feel like doing it. Just there's a few heroes left on the free rotation, so I could just go through those until I lose a game. And then I could also do Magic. I just want to keep up with my collection, so eventually I can do a permadeath finale for that as well. And then I can also do a uh some kind of, I don't know, I kind of just want to do like a proper series of a particular game, but I don't know what that would be. And I actually failed my permanent bot challenge on chess.com, which I forget what I even said the failure state for that should be. That I can't use the site now in any form, or I don't know. I literally go just to try out the Halloween P set, and then I play against one of the newer bots, the Anna Kramling one, and I fucking get destroyed by bootleg Anna Kramling while making fun of the bot ratings at the same time. Like how like a real 1750 would destroy me, which is fair because I can't beat it, at least with any sense of confidence or regularity. I'm not going to beat a 1750 on there, but I'm also not going to beat, like even a 1500 is a challenge for me, or that's about where I would be. So even though I lost that, it's like I could lose to a 1400, I could lose to a 1500, like, so it wouldn't need to be 1750. And so even though I lost, it probably still is a little bit different because of the simple fact that, like you wouldn't need to even be 1700 to beat a clown like me anyway on there. Yeah, we're trying out this little add-on, which is kind of cool. I mean, unfortunately, it makes up for the fact that the other thing was so bad. The fact that the site updated itself, so now the custom boards that I had in here from the add-on, the same way that I have the custom sets, doesn't work anymore. Most of the P sets still work, thankfully. My favorite combination ever was the chess 24 pieces, which I just like in general, right? But also combine that with the checkers board. And I have some video of me using that, and it has such a beautiful aesthetic because it's like the black and red with the it just was something I used for a very long time, and I really enjoyed it. And unfortunately, you can't do that anymore because, or maybe you can manually somehow do it where you can choose the color of each one. I don't know exactly how, but yeah, it was like the red and black for the checkers board. So this I would like to do, but I really can't do, so I don't know what exactly. You just got to get used to certain sequences of moves. Like when the knight is here, I always get confused because I want to go like that, but then I can't go like that, so I don't know. You'd have to cover it in some other way, and then it kind of leads to some potential problems. Like, I don't know. I fell all the way back down to 1630, apparently, and I had gone as high as 1660 something as I was trying to get back to 17. So I don't know why I just kind of lost interest a little bit. And we had like a little provisional boost, which was maybe helping. Of a couple, it wasn't like, oh, we're gaining 20 rating for a game because I haven't played in a little bit, but I was gaining like maybe they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. I kind of don't like what I'm leaving this. It's like a little Pac-Man thing. I don't know what the set is actually supposed to even be. Like, I forget even what it was just called. Let me see. Just like a minimalistic stick man kind of just 2D. I do kind of like it. See, at least it's relatively clear what everything is, kind of. You could go here, and I'm not entirely sure if I want to do that or not, but it's not really being covered in any meaningful way otherwise, but this isn't covered by anything aside from the bishop, which is kind of bad, but I could just move it, and the reason why I could move it is because you're not really doing anything when it comes to, like, it's not really doing anything for me, but there's nowhere good that I can go with it, so I'm moving it almost just for the sake of doing it. This is covered by this. This is covered by this, which I don't really want to rely on that. But, you know, you got to pick up some incremental gain here. Like, okay, I'll do this and do a cheeky little, like a double take. If you take here, I can take back. This is fine. You just got to keep double checking everything every turn. And I don't know. I used to be better at doing that, but I'm so lazy sometimes. Like, look at the most recent move and look at the implication of what they're doing. And the answer is, like, what's the implication of that? Nothing. There's nothing that they can do with it. It's just a meaningless move. It's trash. Now, this would be good if I could threaten something in such a way that now you're kind of in a double pickle here where you got to trade something. And so I could almost ignore it, but I don't really see the point. This is like to preserve my pawns and to not mess up my pawns in terms of, you know, that's what the bishop can be good for there. Because, yeah, you don't really want that double stacked and all this kind of shit. Now I could take there and you bring that back, so it's not really a meaningful threat. This is how the knight feels sometimes. Like, you could take the knight at any time, typically with the bishop, obviously, if not another knight, but you can take the knight anytime you want, but it's just not a good enough piece where you'd even want to do that. That's what's so stupid about it, right? Like, it's not even worth taking. Or, like, why would I? Why would I? When I have only one bishop and I have a good open diagonal relatively, like, there's no reason to take it. Whereas if it was the other way, you would take it without hesitation. So it's very stupid how the knight really works. You go here and that seems to do absolutely nothing. So let's try to open up something here with respect to the simple fact of, you know, just this is a very important push that I often do. Now that I would be willing to take. Or no, I guess I'm acting like I only have one bishop left. I have both bishops, but you might be like, oh, I should go for a bishop pair, but it doesn't feel like it matters because, like, if they're going to hold that diagonal with the bishop, I don't understand how to use the bishop pair then, because it's like, I'm stopping them from having a bishop there by giving up mine. So, like, it gets in one of those spots. Like, oh, I have the dark square bishop here, but it doesn't matter because I can't do anything anyway. Right, like their bishop would equalize my bishop's diagonal, so you'd have to be a more advanced player, I guess, to sort of understand that. Like, even here, we could just equalize the same thing. I kind of want to go here, but again, isn't this the same point of, like, I could do that, we are just going to trade, like, that's how I look at it too much, where it's just inevitable that you're going to trade everything all the time. Now, you go here. And the problem with that is it's not even covered. You could maybe do this. And the reason why you could do it is because I guess what I'm trying to do is they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. You want to put enough pressure where they have to take. If I take here, it doesn't feel like it does a whole lot for me necessarily. Right, this is maybe the one where you always want them to take, so I can, like, open it. If I take, then no, it sort of still opens it, so I don't really get it. Why I'm hesitating so much. This they're hitting here, which it sort of messes up the structure a little bit, but the queen would take, the rook would take. I feel like I could do it, and then I could still do this. It shouldn't change what I'm trying to do here, as far as I can tell. The big secret, honestly, is just never move too fast, which I'm always a culprit of doing that. So now you're almost obligated to take, and then it's like a cute little thing where you could get a fork, but I don't know if that's really worth it, because the only way that you get a fork is if you trade. Oh, I didn't even realize that it would. Well, because I didn't realize he'd make that move with the queen, but it would be better than I even realized. I was gonna say, oh, I'd get a fork on the rook, so it, but, like, okay, take, and then if you take, then I take, and then I royal fork as well. But even without doing that, it would be questionable. So, like, if I took now, you would take. So if I take now if you take, I win the game. If you don't take, it's also I pretty much win the game because you just had to not take. So I genuinely wasn't even thinking about the queen there. I was thinking more so about the rook, you know, just forking the rook. I mean, it's fairly obvious now, but I wasn't thinking about it all the way. Yeah, I like that. This shows you like the intermediate level play. It's not that you're not seeing anything; it's you're seeing something, but not everything. Like you're only seeing part of it. That's actually kind of a satisfying moment because you realize like you know what you could almost still do. No, but the king would move. Like I would say, like I could just do this, and then they would take. No, actually. No, but that's why you can't deal with that pawn. I could like give a check here and then they come up. Oh no, it's covered too. So if I give a check here, you can't take the rook and it's covered by the bishop itself. And then I can figure out something with the rook now later. And so anywhere that you go, I should probably be able to do this now with the cover of the thing. So whatever, like it could have been a lot better, but they're not that bad that they would just let me do that. Regardless where you go, you're able to take here because you have the cover now of the knight itself. I like this piece set. It's not that hard to understand what everything is either. So they have like the one square to go to, and the problem is that I don't have an immediate way to deal with it otherwise. Like if you literally had this move, you would just win the game. Because, no, I guess not. You could still sort of delay it. I could like do this, setting up for this, but the queen is still there. So it was a really bad move for them to take with the queen. They could have taken with the rook, which would have still led to the potential fork on the two rooks, but it wouldn't have been as bad as what we saw here, as the potential royal fork. So now what you have is the ability to try to get some. See, this is the kind of move that requires some attacking mindset. You have to just get in there and just finish it, but it's not always very easy to do that. And so the problem is that the dark square bishop here is very, very significant. And so I don't know exactly how to deal with it. These are the positions that I can be really bad in because it's like I have a good position, but then I'm sort of lazy or I don't know how to actually finish it. Right now I'll kind of wander around and just kind of get complacent and not really finish it. So here you have like 4 minutes left, so it's inexplicable that you wouldn't take more time, like what I'm not doing, and try to come up with something better. Because you should win, but it's just not always super easy or obvious. Even if you do the obvious move, they have some sort of answer here potentially, and then I don't know exactly what I would do. I just always expect it to be too easy. That's the problem. So that they'd have the opportunity to double take. But actually, that's kind of a meaningless move because I could just do this. But no, I guess... No, but I just took the knight then for free. No, but they'll get it back, I guess. I kind of keep... Now, if you go here, I should still be able to take the queen. But I would save the ability to lose the bishop itself, I guess. So we sort of sidestep that, assuming that they can't do something to save the queen, which they shouldn't be able to because... They made a couple good attempts there to delay it, but it just doesn't matter. Like, the position is so busted. I kind of like that game. That was like... You know, you're putting forth a moderate amount of effort when you could do more. That's the biggest thing, actually, that I've lost respect for chess in terms of the amount of borrowed knowledge and time that people put in, where it feels like, oh, if you study for 20 years, of course you should be good, etc., etc. But the part that I've gained respect for is the amount of effort that you can put forth in the course of a game. Like, it's up to you. You know, it doesn't matter what your rating is. It doesn't matter. Like, if you really want to sit there and think about it, which I have a mental block in doing that. Like, I just deliberately don't do it. Because I just don't care. Like, I'm not And the only way I would guess I could convince myself to care is like if I'm really going to try to calculate and really get immersed, I have to be in a classical game, because I'm not going to get to the point where, oh yeah, I play it really well, but then I flag every single fucking time, and that still happens even now. Like, it's just unfun because you feel like, what's the point when you wait, couldn't I have just done that? I'm kind of unfamiliar with that move. Oh no, this would be fine, but now you can just bully some of this shit around, especially the knight. With respect to, I haven't played Evan's Gambit in a while. Is that what this is? I have no idea. I couldn't tell you the name of anything. No clue, dude. Even what I play. I love how people act like that too. Yeah, yeah, of course we know all the name. Ensuring I'm not cheating. I don't know how many people really cheat, but it seems like people always say that, oh, more people cheat on chess.com, but it could just be more people play on chess.com, so it just seems like that. Right, that's like a bottom feeder mindset, like, well, this site has more wait, but why is he doing, oh, I keep forgetting myself what I'm doing. I don't know what happens here, like, go here, basic development. 230. Yeah, see, it makes me look like a clown at a certain point that I've played so many games now. This is exactly the sort of thing I would make fun of. I should be much closer to 2,000 now, honestly, than what I actually am. Even with my refusal to study or whatever it is that I might do. So you go here, I would take, you would take, and then I could take there. So I can't take that. It's one of these things that you end up forgetting about. Like now I could do it because I can't, because I covered that. Whereas before I couldn't because, you know, whatever, they would have done this. Look at this fucking piece set, dude. This is almost what you deserve to have to use when you... Now this should be relatively simple. You can just do this. Can't do anything with that yet. Let's try to castle, raise it. This is the kind of my signature move that I always make is H. What is it? I don't even know what the notation is. H6. And I'm not saying other people don't do it, but I feel like I do it as way more often, even in positions where you don't need to do it, just because I'm so concerned about the pin, just because there's nothing you can do about it sometimes where it just kind of sits there the whole game. Yeah, that's like one of those sample size fallacies. Like, oh, XQC's community is so toxic, or what, you know, whatever. Just pick a big streamer, right? But it could just be that the reason why it seems that way is because his community is so big that he gets 100,000 viewers, whereas somebody with 1,000 viewers might say, "Oh, look, my community is less toxic," but it might only be in proportion. Like, sure, there's certain things that he might do to play into that, but it's like one community is just bigger than the other, so the lowest common denominator is also going to be bigger, like with the worst people who are part of it. So that's where you don't realize, I don't know, it's sort of a hard concept to explain, but you'll kind of just, okay, I don't know what this move actually is. This is I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. I don't like letting this get disrupted, but I also don't like this. Well, who cares? Let's just do that. Now his pawns are at least a little busted. I almost have a temptation to do this somehow. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. And then I could just castle. But I don't really want to give up the Dark Sphere Bishop. But I guess I could. Oh, you know what I could do? Isn't that one that Gary Kasparov talked about a lot? That he said that's one of his favorite things. The Evans, yeah, maybe it wasn't that, but I feel like he said he always used to play that. Gary on Evans. I can't fucking type. Evans Gambit chest opening sacrifices. I feel like he said in some clip that it's like his favorite one to play, or it was his favorite one to play. Take there, I could take back, which does mess up my pawns in a certain way. And so it's okay. We have the Dark Sword diagonal in a beautiful way that they can't do anything about for the rest of the game, so that's going to be valuable. The bishop itself is not that big of a deal. Here's where the pin value comes into play right away. Because you have the simple ability to do this. Now, I guess what you could do is that, but I don't think the next move is going to change the outcome. Well, I guess they would just take it, though. And then even this is still dangerous. It's like, you want, fuck, I thought that would work for sure, actually. You know what no, I still can't do it, though. You would have to cover it without exposing the queen to the same issue. As far as... Now I'm gonna overcommit to this like crazy and try to fucking do something. Holy shit. It's like you feel like it's your just desserts. You deserve to benefit from this, but now I can castle and then I can do... You would think there's no way really out of this. Like, what is it that you're gonna do? This is where I end up losing. Like, I would have been in a fine, comfortable position anyway, but I want to turn it into this clown show. In terms of, I go here, they would take, I would take, they would take. That's a good way out of it, I guess, because now the queen isn't even pinned. I'm just so dumb with how I overcommit to something like that. There was no need to do that. And now the pawns are going to be fucked up like for the rest of the game. Still a reasonable position, but it was just totally unnecessary, everything I did there. Maybe that's a feature of the Evans Gambit, where you trick your opponent into playing like a total clown, but I think that has probably nothing to do with anything. Oh, here we go, bro. Here we go. Actually, that's still a free pawn, though, seemingly. Or no, then you take that. Okay, can I just do this finally? They'll set up to do that. That you are attacking the thing here. You attack the stupid ass knight. He could go here and keep going kind of back and forth. The knight, it kind of exemplifies those sort of moves where it's just like a lot of back and forth repetitive nonsense of just like, it's not actually doing anything, but it's just kind of wasting time. And I go here, then I could maybe go here. I kind of want to do this, but then I'll get fucked over by the fact that this is under attack somehow. I take it and check. than if they just go somewhere unrelated. I didn't think that knight jumped through. This you would think should be good, but I don't know. Like, I'll do it, but then they can still punish me by the fact that I'm here, they move, or they could even stay attached to it. Now I'm obligated to... I could just move it though, I guess. Now I just have to keep the rook in the same file, but just move it somewhere else. And then they'll keep doing the same back and forth thing over and over again. Here we go. I'm not up by any meaningful amount still. It's pretty simple. But I think they can deal with this. Okay, that's kind of good. I wasn't expecting them to really do that, actually. Okay, let me see. Yeah, some of these opponents are actually pretty good in the sense that they're good in so many ways, but they lack like maybe some fundamentals. Not the least of which is myself, where I have no fundamentals. But it's just weird because it's like the way that people would assess it, like the way people look at ability in chess is more based on that borrowed knowledge aspect. But that's the sort of thing that I don't know. I guess it gets taken for granted after a while that everybody should just be doing that. Now, if you do this, you know, you could even do this. Like, why not? It seems kind of dumb, though. There's no need. All I gotta do is just get that out of the way here for now. The knight can always be a liability here, and there's no question about it. They would take, I would still take. This seems kind of stupid. Or whoops. Why did I think why did I think that was free? Oh shit, I did it with such conviction too. Um yeah, that was just a mistake. Okay, we could move this. I don't know what I'm doing even at this stage in the game. Okay, this is going to take here, which I don't necessarily mind, but I kind of mind in the way that it's covered, like the way the pawn's going to get fucked up by that. Okay, that's not a big deal, but it was totally unnecessary. So this is going to be awkward. That could be a bit of a downfall here. They would take. Having the rook here is actually really important because you know, just rook versus bishop seems a little bit off. Okay, so how exactly does this work in terms of whether they'd be able to do that or not? It's sometimes a little deceptive. What? Blundered. We both played pretty well, but yeah, I made the one blunder where I thought I got the bishop for free, and then he made a good game, and then I made the one blunder, or almost level 2, even with no perks. And then he makes the blunder like that, which partly you can say has to do with time. You might say, oh, he still had a little time left, but it definitely exacerbates the potential of people making mistakes in ways that seem obvious to even them at the time. So I'm at 42. This is going to be my lucky piece set over here. 1691. We were getting some kind of jacked out matchups though at times with respect to. So, you know, is there something here where, oh, you'll win it back because you know exactly what you're doing and you're a clown and whatever. Like, is this all part of his master plan or what? Like, what would be the answer for this? This is why I hate, or no, it shouldn't be because you left yourself exposed to this. So now you'd get a fork, but then you'd also go here. So I don't know if that's worth it. I'd rather do this. Because I don't want them to take this, regardless of anything else. Damn it. Like, how do you do both of these together? If I castle, I lose the knight. Look at this shit, bro. I'm +2, so maybe I can afford to do it. It just seems nonsensical that you wouldn't be able to take better advantage of this. Like, if only I could cover that with this. Oh, maybe this. But they'll still take that. Like, this is such a busted, stupid ass position. Bro. It's not good for him, but just the fact that he's done it has been confusing. There's nothing you can do to cover both of these, and this is very annoying because you would think there'd be something more you should get out of this, but I just don't know what it is, so. I don't get it really, but they're only +1, but I'm kind of stunned by how that went. Like, that's just one of those things, oh, you should just study it. Now, their king is in a bit of a fucked up position, but it's going to take me 100 moves to try to figure out how to actually do anything with that. So it's a case where I don't know really what's happening with this either. They're going to end up trapping it in there somehow. Like, it'd be interesting to see the evaluation actually for this. What would be the actual... What would be the actual... Who's actually winning? Is it because they're +1, or is it because their position is so fucked up? Probably I'm actually in a better spot, but it's not always the sort of thing that's easy to take advantage of. So I could have just not played like that. See, all this just because, oh, I want to try to act like opening theory isn't so important. Like, oh, look, I win a pawn. And that maybe is the correct thing to do. But normally I would just ignore it and say, okay, fuck it. I'm just going to play it defensively. All this shit happened just because of that. Whether it's good or not, I don't even know. I would take, they would take. What a completely fucked up game this turned into. Now you can do all kind of cheeky stuff. The longer the game drags out too, the worse it becomes, because you end up, just okay. See, now I walk into that because I'm not even, I am the one who even initiated that. I didn't have to do that at all. Like, I knew he'd be threatening that. I didn't think about the check though somehow. This is just sitting here like the whole fucking game too. Alright, this is so dumb, man. This is why I play the style I typically do, which is so simple and safe, and whatever happens, it's not going to happen like this weird structure that we get into that's totally not even to their benefit, right? It ended up giving me whatever that was, right? Almost like a fried liver type of thing, but then it somehow ends up being bad for me, which makes no sense because I can't take advantage of the position offensively enough to really punish them for it. They would take, I would take. They would take, I would take. They would take, I would take. They would take, I would still take. I try not to use the arrows on purpose just because that feels like cheating. But yeah, this guy is not anything special. He just played some sort of weird opening, or not even really. It's a common position, but it's like, Okay, you can go here. I mean, we're certainly getting this pawn very far. This is potentially a very dangerous spot, but they can always try to bait out a trade regardless. The bishop went there at the beginning, and then I just never moved it out of there, which could have been good, could have been bad. Like, I don't even know. You're getting it so close to promoting that there could be some value to this, actually. Or at least you had to give up the king's safety there a little bit, which is good. There's nothing really I can do with the queen, though. And the reason why is, you know, all you have to do is like threaten it, and then you could try to like double take or something. Okay, let's try to get the queen out of here for now. But that was really bad because you could have done like this, and then I can't move the queen, whatever, but they missed it. Again, it all comes down to the position. Like, is my position better than theirs? Maybe by a little bit because I'm castled and they're not. Like, I don't even know. This looks so good, but I just can't do anything with it. Riley, this is so fucking nuts to have all this in the vicinity. But or even there, they miss another good move. If they had, no, I guess they couldn't do it. I thought, you know, then, oh, I have to move the queen and then I have to do that. This is kind of scary in itself. The point is, though, with all this shit in the face of the queen, how is it possible, or the king, how can I not do something more with this? And the answer is, I guess I would theoretically have been able to do it because I could, like, unleash into a check on the queen, but then they could take, or they could take. Okay, we get to still not level 2. What the fuck? Okay, that game started off very unpleasantly. Like, let me actually study that, I guess, for what it's worth. We'll just analyze what was it that happened in terms of the ability to, whatever that opening is that we've seen a million times, but I just usually ignore it. You're not meant to take, but let's say I do take. What are you supposed to do? Or no, not like that. They move, and then what? I could take the thing itself, but what if I do this? That is a mistake, apparently. You're supposed to take this castle, and then that just becomes a liability probably later. That isn't that big of a deal, but okay, we'll do another one. I'm unbeatable with this little Pac-Man minimalistic clown set, apparently. Baby Genius. Wasn't that some shitty movie that people always make fun of, like Nostalgia Critic? Baby Geniuses 1 and 2, like Son of the Mask level stuff. They go here, they cover that. Average chess player, baby genius, who's like 5 years old, and they start playing, and their dad is a GM, and they study all day, and then they act like they're so smart. Like, if you had done that, you'd probably be good too, as the average person, like, to some degree, of course. So that sort of head start, though, is something people take for granted. Like, oh, Magnus is so great, which he is, obviously, but what if Magnus didn't have a 2,000 FIDE parent? Which, again, not everybody with a 2,000 FIDE parent is going to be that good. I'm saying you need the right circumstances, and then you at least have a chance to do that. It's very rare that, like, oh, somebody starts when they're 30 and they have no chess background or experience, and they just start and they just, you know, are a GM by 40, which I fully believe could be possible, but the amount of time you'd have to put in would be immense, which most people don't have that. What I should do is actually move the king, and everything else is fine. Take. We have at least one solid diagonal. This I don't really know whether I want to do that or not. They would take, I would take. It allows them to undouble, but I don't really know. Just move the king itself. You go here, now the dark square diagonal is pretty much blocked off, but not guaranteed because you can try to still do this. And so it'll seem bad only for the time being with respect to what we can try to put pressure on here once we remove the anchor there, but they still have more than enough cover because of the simple fact that you have I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So if they take, it's fine. If they don't take, it's fine. If they raise it, it's a little scary. Assuming, wait, why am I treating this like it's a bishop? I'm acting like, oh, you know, no, they would take the rook if I do something wrong. This is fine. I would take, it's not a big deal, but then this is a little bit open to me. And then this could potentially open up too. They did give up one of the covers for it now, so, oh, but I totally forgot about that. I wasn't even thinking about the bishop itself because I somehow had it in my head that it's over here. You could go here, but this is probably better. They would take... Opening this is always so important to me. Whatever, the F file. And so now if I go here, try to, maybe I should have just done that right away, but they would just trade. Gotta be a little weary of some sort of pin happening here. Yeah, look at me. I'm looking at the engine in the middle of a game. I'm cheating because I'm looking at a past thumbnail of some art of some old thing that makes it seem almost like, oh, why are there two backgrounds for the site? It just so happens to be the one that I'm using right now, but I'm going through all like my old whatever thumbnails and stuff for whatever reason. Just every time I lose a game, I have to change to the next one, but it looks weird when it's one from the actual site itself. I'm playing a 30+0 rated classical game and a rated rapid game at the same time, and this one is from, well, I guess it doesn't say the date, but I would take, they would take, I could do this, but it doesn't matter, so maybe I should do this. But it also doesn't matter because now you're going to do some cheeky thing here. So You'll trade, so it doesn't do anything for me. See, that's what I mean. Like, this seems like, oh, you should be able to win this, but it's going to be literally impossible and take forever to actually do it, is the problem. You'll take, I'll go here, maybe. Or you choose not to. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take, even if, so you go here, but then it seems like the right train of thought, but there's something wrong about it. So like, something's not gonna go well. I would take with the knight, you take with the knight. I take with the knight, you take with the bishop. I take with the bishop, you take with the queen. I take with the queen. I take, you take, I take, you take, I take, you take, I still take. And there's no mathematical way to cover it anymore. You would think I should lose that because the rooks are sort of slow to get there. It's not like this would be that scary because even if you unleash it somehow, I could still just take. Like, we'd both lose a rook and a queen. I would take, you would take, I would take, you would still take. Or no, you have the bishop there though too. There's something with the sequence I could fuck up if I do this. If they somehow unleash that, I don't know. Look at the time disparity too. They're normally it's the opposite. Like, I'm the one who's down by a couple minutes here relatively early in the game too. Let's see where everybody's at. He's been over 2,000 for a bit. He's over 2,000 in Blitz. Everybody cares about these stupid ass faster formats. The one thing I like about this guy is he seems to value rapid and classical the way that I do. Even though he's much better at them, just in principle, he doesn't seem to care about bullet and all that ostentatious BS the way that other people do. So let's go ahead, we'll take it here. Shouldn't change anything, although I'll do it here first maybe. So they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They take, I take. You could maybe do this as the second to last take. So they take, I take, they take, I take. Because if I do it the other way, then you could... I don't see what they're doing with this that would be so special, though. There's only one dinky pawn. It's not like there's a whole difference in the game. The difference in the game is actually going to be the fact that you're taking so long and then you'll end up flagging because of it. Or like now you do have the means to do that, but it's already maybe too late because the damage is already done. No! Okay. Okay, dude. So I was pinned by the queen in multiple ways by my own shit that was only gonna blow up in my face. I'm not actually even down any material though, because I won the pawn and then I got a rook, I guess, back. But that's fucking stupid. That's not what I meant to do. Bullshit, dude. Bullshit. I'm making fun of how much time he's taking, but so I could trade, but I also don't want to because. Now you're obligated to not do that because you... Okay. What are you doing, bro? You had it handed to you on a silver plate and you fucked it up again. What are you, me? What the fuck is this game, dude? We're both total clowns who reward and enable our own clown behavior by doing it right back. So now this is a little problematic. This isn't even under threat. But I don't like this position right now, so let me see what I can do. You can go like here and then these pawns are both problematic. If I go here, you go here, then I can't do anything. But this is a passed pawn, so maybe I should commit to that one then. So they'll have two connected pass pawns on the other side and the queen. So if I fuck something up, there's no question that this could be a problem here. In the way that, but again, it's 3 pieces versus 1, and I am up material, so that was the most weirdly deflating game ever, but I guess it's still fine. Now you're not doing this one, you are attacking this one. So now can I almost just commit to this, or I could even do this. And the reason why is because if you take, I take back. Any check you give did not really allow you to take anything different than what we currently have here. So you would take, I would take. I can try to march this at some point here. It is important to sort of disconnect these two passed pawns, and the reason why is because that could still be very hard to deal with, but maybe not, because I have so much material to throw at it. I could almost afford to sack a piece for one of them if I really wanted to. And so here you have the ability to, now I could cover this back. So now there should be less to be afraid of. This is covering this. This is covering this. This is free to move. This can just sit right here, I guess. And so what you have is a simple ability to try to promote this. If you raise this, I can take, unless you have another cover for it. Bro is out of his league, dude. You deserve to win that one too, in the basis of how stupid that was played. I blunder basically my queen, but I somehow don't get punished for it. Like, what happens with the game? I go on a good streak, like 50 rating, then I lose 50 rating, then I'm gonna get back another 50 rating. Like, what the fuck happens? So this was a totally nonsense part of the game where I don't like look at what you're doing. You're going through all this. Look at me. I'm loading up. I'm trying to win the pawn, right? But now by loading up, like look at what I have. Knight, queen, bishop. But if I move this one, you could potentially be targeted to this. If you move this one, you're target to that, pinned. Like, it's not really even worth it, and you're not meant to even do it. That's what's so stupid about it. You go through all that trouble to win one little fucking dinky pawn. Or yeah, you can get on some lucky streak because you always get white. Like, it's not like they do it a fixed amount. It's just totally random. So I'll get white 10 in a row and I'll win because of that, and you'll try to discredit my success or something. Like, even, I guess in a tournament setting, it would be based on the player that you're playing. Like, you might always start every match with white or something, but because they're different matches against different people. But if you win, or if you do a match set, then everybody gets white and black like the same number of times, basically. Unless you lose early, I guess. Like, you lose when they're black, so you don't get the chance to play as white. But yeah, like, that plays such a big role, or that's the only defining role because of how even it is. Like, oh, you only play for a win if you're white. Otherwise, it's not worth it or something. That's how people treat it. So you can go to here with the bishop itself. And if you can do that, then it's okay. So now I'll have some psychological attachment to this set. Like, wow, this is a lucky set that helped me get back to 17 or something. We got to level 2, so now it's wood, even though the first one was just like brown, I guess. You go here, everything's set up. Comfortable, simple opening, should be nothing special. This is closed off, so you don't have to worry about the rook's positioning anymore. So we get the bishop pair. If they take, I take. If I take, they take. It really shouldn't matter too much. I would take, but why would they even do it? I would take, they can't even take. Yeah, there is some depressing element to it with the studying aspect that people always take that for granted. Like, it's not an option or a choice or something. Like, everybody just does it and takes it for granted that that's just part of the game, which is fine, but it's like a qualified perspective that you would like take here, and then if I took, like, you're gonna be all cute about it. But even then, you'll go here. I don't fucking know what you'll do. You'll go here, but it doesn't matter. Like, you'll do this, take, then I have to move it. Then you can do this, then I can do this, but then you can do this, but then it doesn't matter. Bro thinks he's so cute with what he's doing. So the point is now you get to do what with the knight? Doesn't seem like anything. If I go here, first of all, you're going to compel a trade 100%. And possibly something else could happen. Look how fast he was with that. What the fuck? Okay, so you have the ability to double attack this. This is obviously under threat. I'll pull it back. I almost want to leave it here so we can double stack attack it. But then you'll bring the little bishop here to be all cheeky about it, so it's probably not going to work. And so it's okay. There's something weird happening with the rook here. Like, they've trapped it in themselves. So if I go here, now you go here, I would take... There almost would have been something that would have allowed that to be better, but this isn't really trapped. They would take, I would still take. Let's just try this actually for some reason. So now you are already covered, but it's a case where you'll go here, then I'll go here, then you'll go somewhere else. It's not that big of a deal, I guess. Fuck, if I could have only targeted it there, which would have been the case of I don't know what's happening now. They would take, I can't even take, I can go here. So you trapped yourself in a way that was fairly obvious at that point, because you could tell that's why I was doing that, unless I'm mistaken somehow. I mean, that saves that, but you end up losing basically just as much material anyway. This seems like a cute sort of outpost to set this on. So now you don't have to really worry about the rook covering that. This is okay. My pawns are a little fucked up and out of place. However, it's okay, I guess. Take this sucker here. You can try to trade this here, which you pretty much have to. Otherwise, you would lose the stupid ass thing. Yeah, I'm in a very comfortable position here. You have the Darksphere Bishop itself. You have a very nice connection there. We should be on the path to promotion relatively easily here, I think. So you have this. Just don't blunder a piece. That's the whole thing we have to do. The problem is this is going to end up fucking up a little bit because you have... You really can't double take anything though, so we're looking to come here. If you do the rook, then it should be pretty easy. I have the knight too, and I'm kind of forgetting that I even do. That's the whole advantage that we do have. Not about pawns, not about anything else, so... if we trade the rooks, that benefits, you know, the less material you have, the more your advantage is pressed, but also there are like two conflicting principles with that in chess. Like if you're up material, you shouldn't trade. No, you should trade, because then you'll get down to like you have an advantage of like one piece in the end game and then you win, or one pawn in the end game and then you win. But also, if you're up material, you should try to mate them with it without, you know, don't trade, because then you can mate them and whatever. So there is like a little double standard with that. Like I'm up by the knight early in the game, let's say, and do I trade everything so now I'll win because I have the knight and they don't in the end game if I trade everything else? Or do I try to press the advantage and win the game and mate them before they have the chance to escape the threat by trading? Like, I don't know. That's especially true with the queen, I guess. Like you never trade the queen if you feel like you can mate them and you have some sort of it's maybe more so about positional advantages. You have a positional advantage even if you're down material, so you should try to mate them quickly instead of letting the game drag out. Then the positional advantage dries up because you don't have as much material to press it. So they're not in a very good spot here no matter what you do, so it's okay. You could try to give a check there. You could try to just trade. They do have a pass pawn themselves though, so they could kind of drag this out, but the king is right there too. One day I'm gonna regret having played chess this much though, because there's so many other things I could have done in the meantime. Even if I do become a grandmaster or something, it feels like, oh, what's the fucking point? Like it's just boring. But no, I don't know what my expectation is really with it. Right now I'm just using it as like a filler slot because I don't know what else to do, or I don't have the energy or the. It's always important to me to get like really get immersed in what I'm doing, except for with chess. But even then I can. It's just not in terms of studying and stuff. But I don't want to just do something and just do it, right? I want to really make a series out of it or something, and I can't decide what that is. And especially if I don't have that much time, I don't feel like doing it. So he's getting a little bit low on time, I guess. There shouldn't be much you can do here. As long as I don't just hang a piece, I should be okay. And so I wasn't going to go on this long, but I mean, if I'm on a good streak, I don't mind doing it. Makes you wonder, like sometimes it's the time of day, or it's like, what am I doing that's so different than like yesterday where I couldn't win like a single game? Maybe I'm focusing a little more. Maybe it's the piece set. Maybe it's the, I don't know why it would be this different. Or I've even beaten this person before. Maybe even just recently. 1653. Wait, what? Oh no, it's showing the current game. You know, you'll end up queuing against the same people over and over because this is a dead site compared to chess.com, I guess. Is the impression people sometimes give. I mean, certainly that is more popular of a site, but you know, that's fine. Okay, bro, you really want to do this? It really doesn't even bother me. A win is a win. Like, you can waste my time as much as you want. If you played a little better, it would have taken this long anyway. Yeah, maybe I'll do a couple more. We pretty much recovered, at least from the bad streak that I went on when I was at like 66. You know, I was at 1666. And then that was a bad omen, I guess, for me. And then I went down to whatever, 1630. This is the secret. Just play all day and then you'll do well. Like, it's more so about the time that you put in. That's what's so deceptive too. I might not even be playing at a particularly good level. It's just like sometimes you get away with stuff, or But my whole style is like, if I'm just solid, I can live with the result. Like, I don't have to play exceptional or do anything crazy. I just have to not do any obvious blunders or weird stuff. And the biggest mistake you make is maybe when you try to play in a way that seems sort of fun. Like you'll play, you'll play like, oh, let me try this different thing, or you got to play very stale and very safe, and then you'll do better. If you try to be creative and actually have fun, you realize that you're just playing the wrong game, and you get punished for it by people who are tryhards or whatever it is. So now we get it seemed like it turned green, but now it's not. In fact, the board should work fine with this because it's not really relevant to the thing. To the like, I don't think this piece had affected the board at all, so I don't know why that would be bugging out. And of course, the one in the background is green. That'll confuse me even all the more. So let me go a little bit longer, I guess, here. Taking a minute here. I wasn't planning on doing this, but I guess it's okay for now. Come on, this has been a little bit slow lately. Complaining about an engine on a free site. I don't even really look at the engine unless there's a part of the game that really triggers me. But it's a case where, I don't know. I just like to have it sort of saved in there. Hey, Glass, how's it going? Okay, let's see what we got here. I like, as soon as I go AFK, I get more viewers. So I'm in a pretty good streak, but the lesson here that I always have a problem with is I always get overconfident and then I end up sucking. So I better, or maybe I was just lucky because I had played like white seemingly in all of those games. So it's actually just RNG where there's no fixed ratio of when it's going to let you be white or not. Which you think wouldn't affect me that much anyway because I don't play very aggressively anyway, but okay, just basic development. That doesn't really matter. This is kind of a questionable thing to do sometimes, but there's no pin or anything, so I don't even want to press the point. You go here, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. I don't know if that's really something I even want to do though. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. But no, sometimes you just get a lucky streak like that and it puts you on kind of a bad level of play without realizing it. Like, oh, you're still winning, but it's just because people are playing like garbage. But it can be very deceptive. Or you'll just get a lucky disconnect kind of win where they just clown around. This is okay. You can easily trade the queens. That is one of my core criteria that I really like too, is when I yeah, see, look, the opponent left the game, he's scared. But you know what'll happen a lot is people will abort at the beginning of a game, maybe because they see, oh look, I'm streaming, so I must be doing some sort of speed run or challenge, even if that's not the case and I just suck. I guess my challenge is a little different. It's a no study challenge. But this is still fine. I mean, it doesn't matter. Right, it makes it seem like he's trying to do something, but that maybe does a little bit, but in the worst case you could do like that, but I somehow don't want to. But now this is gonna end up coming back to bite me, so I guess you'll go there. So I can't possibly address both of these together, but it's not like it's a fork. If I go here, you go there. I think I'll do this, I guess. So what we can do now is we can do a move like this, but then you're still allowing him to do that. Okay, that doesn't have as much impact. You could take the bishop now instead of getting a free pawn. You take the bishop, I could just take back, and then we're still threatening his bishop, or I could choose to ignore it. Because like, oh, if he does do it, it's going to be trapped for a trade anyway. So then I should ignore it and let them do it, then kill this. And then they try to save that, but they can't. because the knight is just a useless liability, like as it often is for me. And now you try to cover there, which really doesn't make a whole lot of difference. I should still be able to take this. But why? Why would you do it like that? What is going on? Still a bit of a messy position. Wait, what? No, they blundered their... Oh, no, never mind. You get thrown off because people do things that are so unintuitive. Bro is just... I can't tell if he's having internet issues or brain issues or what he's doing. Now we can take this as well. You may as well have just quit out, dude. And it kind of gives you a jump scare, the fact that it changes the colors based on this. So it's changing the tints, kind of like what I was doing anyway, but I guess like maybe this wouldn't have been possible to make before they added that feature where you could manually change your tints, but I want to see like a black and red just to simulate the checkers board that I like so much. But yeah, that's the best thing about Chess24, even though you can't even play on there anymore and it was sort of bought out by Chess.com. It was the fact that the piece set itself is so good. Right, that's the one relic and remnant that we can, you know, still memorialize about it. Just do basic King's Indian shenanigans, which, again, beyond this point, I don't really know or care what you're meant to do with it. And I love when people say, oh, King's Indian defense is actually an aggressive opening. It's an attacking opening. Like, it literally has defense in the name, bro. This is how backwards chess is as a general thing. Like, oh, no, of course, though. You're doing it just so you can defend in the opening, and then you can attack later and do, like, a counterattack. So we're going to deny him getting to 1700. And he's played an obscene number of games. Okay, so can I do this? They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. I've been sort of forcing this issue a little bit lately that I don't normally have to do. It doesn't really affect that, but it would mean that I should probably do it sooner because otherwise this would be forced to take back and then we'd get in trouble. So now we can just move this. And there is no pin. It's more than adequately covered, so it was a weak pin attempt. You know, I love watching those clips of Kramnik losing his fucking mind over everybody's cheating. This generation is too strong. Every little kid who's an IM or something is too strong. Let's do the procedure. He's such a great player that it's kind of weird to see that. Like, I almost give him a certain credibility. Like, I'm not going to just dismiss him when he's saying it, but that's also like why I don't think high-rated players should even value playing online that much. Like, if I'm a GM, I wouldn't want to play online at all because you know that could happen and you'd never be able to prove it and you'd never know. So, like, I would just assume, okay, assume everybody's cheating all the time, and so why even bother? I would just care about... But it's just the streaming culture has been so strong that I guess, you know, this is a bait. You do this, well, even if you could do it, like pretend that wasn't there, but now you're going to get pinned with the knight to the queen and get screwed. So you're not even meant to do that. This I could just take. I don't want this to just sit around there, but I don't like making this pawn stagger move either. Kind of just move this out of the way. I don't know if I really... I should probably just try to get a better pawn structure going here. The knights are that kind of piece where, like, I'm just trying to get out of the way and, like, you don't even know what to do with it half the time. Okay, you got a double diagonal there, which is actually pretty annoying Because they would take, I would take, they would still take. So maybe the solution is to go here. That is a little bit odd. Now some sort of kingside pawn push could be problematic for me. To go here, you're trying to not let them go all the way, but I also don't want to trade. The knight is just like this. It's going to vacillate back and forth. It seems okay, though, because it'll stop this from coming all the way through here. If you take, that's fine with me. And I should really try to use the Leicester bishop here. So this is going to be unguarded, which is a little bit annoying. This can come inside here, but I don't have to really take. It just feels like that trek from 17 to 2000 is basically like that will come down to then at that point you definitely do have to kind of know what you're doing and study, but I just still don't want to do it. But I should always get back and try to see what I can do. But it's starting to feel like that after a while. Like either it's going to come down to time where you have to kind of know your fundamentals just to save time, or you're playing against people who do know what they're doing in a lot of ways. So you just kind of have to equalize it. There's really no way to cheat the process now. Okay, that I don't have to worry about at all, actually. Alright, so we go here, everything's perfectly fine. If you take there, I take back. If you go here, I take, it's not a big deal. The Leicester bishop is really the only thing that I'm not developing adequately. There's always that one piece that you forget about. You go here, you're double attacking this, which is still not really that big of a deal. But they go here, I could still take. I'm not seeing anything crazy that they can do. They could maybe go here, and then they're putting like, oh, excess amount of pressure, but you don't even have to really do that. Or you have some weird thing going on here where you could like fork. Like you could go here, and then I can't take because of that. Okay, so the point is that they have a couple of checks with this that could be consequential. I could take with the queen, I can't take with there. What if I just go here then? But then you lose a cover on that, which you don't need even, but this is covered also by the queen, but everything is getting a little tight now. But this is where I would love to just trade stuff off if I could. But there's just too much material on the board for this stage in the game as far as I'm concerned. He's playing pretty solid, actually. 6,000 games played. Why are these two numbers different? 6698 versus that. Huh. Oh, I guess it's in Blitz, I guess. So he blocks his own rook. I'm not so sure about that. We could... I guess I could do this now. And the reason why it's a little bit deceptive is because... Yes, they could pin it with the rook, but then I could just take their queen. They would take with the bishop. Oh, no, I can't do it. They still have adequate cover. This is kind of irritating now. He's going to bring in the He's gonna do a whole bunch of stupid shit. I shouldn't have done that. I don't know what I was even trying to do. I thought I could do some cheeky unleash with that. So the night covers night thing is still adequate. That is not what I was expecting to happen at all, actually. Like, I knew that unleash was available, but I just kind of wasted a move, so... Go here, it's a fork, like, fucking... You kind of do give up after you make a mistake like that, because it doesn't expect that I'm going to win, but you should probably still try. Especially for someone like me who hates resigning. I'd rather see it play out, even for their satisfaction. You might think, oh, it pisses them off because you're wasting their time, but like, I want to see it still get to a proper conclusion where you get like some kind of cool mate or whatever, unlike in actual professional chess where everybody resigns all the time, 100% of the time. You never actually get to see whatever beautiful mate or ending or outcome play out. Then you have to look in the engine after. The commentators have to pull it up for you. There's always some possibility that they fuck up too, but I'm more likely to do that. Whatever, it's still a good streak. I don't even know if I want to keep going or not. But the issue is more a case of like what was so unusual about like how I played that. I played it pretty normally, and then the pawns end up getting fucked up a little bit. Right, it is some sort of like nuanced pawn structure that just becomes complicated, and he's not really letting me trade stuff off. I like how he's still taking it so seriously. Like, you couldn't just fucking move fast now. Bro. Okay, not a big deal. That was a pretty legit game, though. I can't really say like I made some super obvious mistake or something. It was just more so something nuanced with the pawns over time. Like, there's something here where maybe I even was saying like I don't normally do this, and I've been doing it a lot lately, even though it is apparently the right move. But yeah, like something with this now becomes uncomfortable, where they're pushing very aggressively. That's a blunder where they could have taken, but they don't even take, and I don't, or no, they do take. What was I supposed to do? Just go here. I guess this is a good move because it does stop the pawn and there's nothing you can do about it. You get an octopus knight, you could potentially trade. Didn't I do something like that at some point anyway? I think I just do it a lot later or maybe not at all. Yeah, that was a little more complicated of a position at least than normal. All right, fine. I'll do another art here. See, we went from a good streak. Now we'll be on our way to a bad streak. They have a real way of alternating like that, but I still don't think I played even that bad in that game. So sometimes you can win and play badly. You can lose and play well. Okay, go with this one. Go with the next piece set. And whatever. We got to level 2 in this thing finally, and I'm still doing no perks. What was that one even called? Wait, what was it? We went through the blindfold, the frost, anarchy. I haven't gotten to yet. Oh wait, we had done that. Wait, I'm so confused. I feel like I skipped one in here. Wait, a lot of these are just boards and they wouldn't work anyway, so that's why this thing is kind of useful. Acorn Soft, that must be some old school game, which a lot of these do borrow from that. But no, that one was at least a good streak with that. I think it was like 5 games that we won. Just play a normal solid game. I do like these kind of old school 8-bit type sets. Kind of novel, especially when I've never played any of these games that they're based on. Like that Chess Master 2000 or whatever it is. The bishops look very stylish with that kind of weird curve underneath. Rooks always look kind of the most boring, honestly. They're all just kind of very similar. These almost look insect-like a little bit, the king and the queen, like some sort of butterfly or bug to it. Let's go here. Everything should be fine. Let's see how many thousands of games he's played. Only 150. Yeah, and it doesn't mean that they genuinely only ever play that much. It just means on the site or on the whatever. They could have played in person. They could have played on chess.com or somewhere else. Or I guess there is nowhere else to play. So it must have only been this or chess.com. Those are the only 2 sites that exist anymore. It seems like everything else is dead or nobody cares about it. Red Hot Pawn, ICC, even Chess24. Obviously they bought out and I don't think you can play on there anymore. Come on, hurry up. We have the bishop pair, everything's fine. I have to sometimes take the initiative a bit more than what I do, but I don't trust my ability to actually do that is the problem. So it ends up being kind of weird. Like, see, this is a move that I should really make because that sort of compels a trade. It doesn't mess up my pawns. It guarantees that I get something out of it. So it's just a generally good move to do. You know, you get rid of one knight. There's no such thing as a knight pair, so you never really want 2 of them. And so now, what else do we have? I should try to open the F file. I should try to connect this. That I'm not really interested in taking. I always revere bishops, and I love the bishop pair idea, but I never really get maximum value out of it, I feel. Because see, it's too easy to stop. Like, what do I do to that? I could just not do anything, or I could take something else, but you can't really escape that. So if they really want to stop the bishop pair, it's not that hard to do. You'd have to trade a knight for their bishop and then stop them from doing that. So you could go like this, but I need a little more cover first. So, I mean, I could just trade this shit off too, but I don't really want to. As much as I like to trade, at times you do have to be a bit more selective than what I do. I won't vouch for. See, like that's kind of a dead play, stupid move. You're not really doing anything. You're not only just trying to trade, but you're even offering up a trade in a very stupid way. So if they are more interested in taking the initiative, they could pose certain problems for you. So I'm just going full degenerate trade mode now. This is often more so just to open the thing for the bishop. So since we don't have the bishop, maybe I'll try to just push it all the way. They're hitting here. Other than that, not much is going on. But if I try to do it this way, they will get that. Except the queen covers, but I'm still kind of nervous about it. Like, something bad is going to happen. They'll hit there. I'll hit back. Not really what I want to do. Okay, they move here. It's just a lot of back and forth nonsense with the knight. Go here, you'd be attacking that, then I could keep going. I mean, these aren't connected anyway, so I guess it doesn't hurt to move them. Now, this should absolutely force a trade. Which is actually kind of bad in a way, because then they'll win a pawn, I think. So my luster trade ends up just doing me in there. I don't know why he didn't do it. Like, I could have still maybe done that, but it would have still been worth it. This is very oddly placed now. Or that's the same shit. guy is so annoying. So if you move that, I can take this. Even if you do that, I should be able to take this. If you do that. They're only +1. I don't know exactly what to do with the knight though here. Is he really going to be able to do it is the question. Right, it's just a lone pawn, not even connected. By all accounts, this should basically be a draw, but I can't figure out how to use the stupid knight to actually do anything here. Okay, we'll leave that. Nothing else opens up with the knight. We'll just have to go here, and then he'll have a little bit of trouble protecting it, I guess, because obviously my king is in on the action and his isn't. So even though it's deceptive, like it seems all good, it's really not that good. Now I'd have to bring my rook in, which is pretty hard to even do. And even this is a little bit awkward, I guess. Because you're kind of stuck a little bit with trying to protect both. And if you stay in line, then I can also take this. If you don't, then I can also take one or the other of these. Getting forked by the king, a classic. You should be able to do this now. What else could I potentially do? Oh, but you know what it might turn into? It might turn into something where this would get pinned and then it's being double attacked or something bad. Fuck off, dude. What are you gonna do? Keep going back and forth like this shit? Even then, like, you can't cover it twice now in one turn. So you would go there, I would go there, and then it's still fine. I should still get it. Oh, whatever, dude. Whatever. Fucking stupid ass people. I don't know why I fucking move so fast in a situation like that. It wasn't a bad position at all. I just got impatient. And they're the one who are lower on time. Or they were even letting me have that. So stupid. Like, that's such a common thing that I am in a good spot and then I, you know, make like maybe a moderate mistake, but then I let it snowball. If I just kept it at that moderate level, then even though I'd still be losing, I might have been able to flag them or do something dumb like that. Yeah, both of these games were a little bit tougher, but this one didn't seem that bad. I don't know why I was... You know, you made that one quick move that you don't have to make that quickly. So generally the position wasn't bad. I was probably going to win back that pawn at least, so it would have been probably a draw. Or was it somewhere in the middle here? Like, we go there, we basically fork them. They go there, so now I should have just taken. I don't know why I was trying to be all cute about it. Even if you go there, you can still take. It's fine. Okay, let's do the next art. I'll end up doing this all day when I wasn't planning on it. This is hopefully one that doesn't have to do with Lichess. I'm just getting confused by my own background, even though I was using it on the first time with that 5-game win streak. This is something from Dark Souls 2. Where like, I can't remember exactly what the name of the clip was, but it's like when you try to finish a sentence in Dark Souls, like, because I keep getting hit by like random shit. I'm just walking along, then I get hit by like a torch that's shooting something at you. Then I get hit by some other enemy, then I like fall off the side. Looking at it, everybody would think, oh, this is Blighttown, but it's actually not. It's like the Blighttown 2.0 or actually 3.0, because there's an area that looks like that in Demon Souls too, with like the rickety construction. This is in Dark Souls 2, so it's like some other area that just looks a lot like it, recycling their own level design. That one was kind of cool. Anarchy set, which obviously is native to the site anyway, but it's just different coloration to it. Which that's almost an option you could have too in terms of the hue. You could just do that with any set. Take every single set in existence that's already on the site and stuff, and just you can play around and mess around with the colors of it to make it more novel. So let's try to focus here a little bit. He's only 1500. But it doesn't mean I should get overconfident with that either. Okay, that's fine. Try to cover this. Unleash the bishop pair. And... oh shit. You know, something weird happens with the knight where this becomes a problem. Or in fact, couldn't they have already... they could have already done that. They could have done it because if I do this, then they do that, right? Like they already missed something. You go here, I can just trade, it's fine. And then I can do this because it's covered still, but it's a little bit odd. So I can move this sucker over here. Let's see, we can try to open this. If he takes, I take, everything's fine. This is my signature move that I always make, the fucking F-file push. The only sort of offensive mindset that I ever have in any way. You can obviously take the bishop now. I could have done it with the knight, might have been better actually, because this just kind of... you're probably not going to keep the rook that elevated anyway. If you take, I could take back anyway. The bishops are just sitting, you know, where they could be traded at any time. If you take here, I'll take. If you take there, I might consider not taking. But I don't know. That seems reasonable. Take with that to delay me a little bit. Now that seems all cute, but in fact, I'll even do it because what you're going to do is, oh, if you take, I could still take. This could be potentially good, I guess, but they're probably not going to have too much trouble dealing with it. But then again, they can't really cover it any other way. They could try to attack my queen, but... or even that is interesting. There are some fork opportunities presenting themselves here. In fact, so many that this is kind of irritating. That's covered by the thing here. So see, we do all that and we end up getting nothing out of it. So I had a good streak. Now we're having a little bit of trouble with some of these last games, but this guy shouldn't be that bad, being a 1560. You might not think, oh, that doesn't make all that much difference, but it kind of does. Like, 100 rating is still kind of a big deal relative to how bad everybody is anyway here. Like, this is the range where you might see them actually just blunder pieces outright for no reason. Which clearly doesn't happen at whatever, you know, 16 to 17. You have this, it's covered. You have this. Okay, I'm more than happy to do that. Now you just gotta watch out for whatever potential trades or things he's got. There wasn't like a really good follow-up that made that worth it. So... everything's fine. Knight and a rook versus knight and a rook should be pretty simple. That my pawns are maybe a little bit better. Just because these two are connected. So you got to be very precise with the knight in a situation like this. The way that you can do that is if I... let me see. There's really nowhere the knight can even go besides this, where it wouldn't be takeable. This shows you, like, the knight's just sitting there in what is relatively potentially a good spot, but it's just such a dumb piece that look at how much of a liability it can be. It can't go anywhere in what is a relatively ordinary position. Like, I'm not going out of my way to do that. And even now, you could be a bit of a dick about it. This might be a bad move, though, because I'm kind of overextending my pawns too much, but fuck it. It's fun to just pick on the knight, so let's just do it. It's gonna get trapped. I mean, somehow the way this is going, it's just fucking stupid. It might actually already be trapped. Look at this shit. This is the lesson that you learn, that the knight can be such a liability that you always have to account for it. He had the balls to go. Think about that move. This is a defining moment in this guy's chess life. You had the balls to go back in with the knight. You already know it's a liability and it's getting pushed around like the shitty piece that it is. But you wouldn't just have common sense and go back. You're like, no, I want to press the point even more and go back in. Why the fuck would you do that? You have to at least know its limits. So I love that. As much as I always complain, oh, I lost because of the knight or the knight sucks, like on my end, you also have to punish it in the other way, that you know it's the weak link always and can be taken advantage of. You can come down here. It's not really a big deal. Obviously, I'd love to trade this. If you don't, then I could take the open file or something. That's actually not a bad gain, though, for somebody 100 lower. The way that I complain, like, oh, I lost 8 for losing to somebody who's like 150 higher than me or something, it felt very unfair. You gain 4 for somebody who's 100 lower, which is actually not bad. Now we got this little turquoise blue background. It sort of jump scares me the way that it makes the sound of you winning, and then the board suddenly flashes and changes to something else. It is like a very jarring moment. Okay, I'm trying to get to 17, but I wasn't planning on doing this like all day, so I'm not sure. It's almost like a superstitious thing, like, oh, I was doing well, so I think now I don't want to stop playing. Like, oh, there's somehow this time of day or today, or for some reason there's like a weaker level of competition or something. I don't know what it is. I don't care too much about that, right? That's just like one of those gambit pawn type moments where you expect to lose it back, I guess. Sometimes when you fight to try to get value out of it, it ends up being worse. That's the mindset that you sometimes have to play with. Like, assume that your opponent's never going to make a mistake because they're too good to do that. And so don't even worry about it. You know, this theoretically would work, but because of the stupid ass castle, I can't do it yet. And I'm worried about the pin now too, so I'm just not going to do anything. See, if it was a bishop blocking it, I would have taken it in a heartbeat. Now at least I have to consider, maybe I can exploit the knight, maybe I can do it later. This should probably be okay. And the reason why, actually, this should work now, because you know why? That means that now you can't pin it down to my king because your own pawn is blocking it. So now you should be able to do this, which is still not a big deal because all it means is that you can just give up the bishop itself. I mean, you kind of have to. There's only one move that you can make here. Bro is a 1628 and he doesn't know what to do in this situation. No, by all means, go do something else. Teach me some new level of theory that clearly there isn't just one move that you have to make here. What the fuck? Now, the point is that maybe it's still not even that big of a deal. I'm surprised that there's got to be some way to punish this. Like, what did that open up? Now, the queen's covering. I would take, they would take, I would take, they would still take. So how can that not be any better? Huh. There's got to be something more that opens up because of it. So I guess I'm proven wrong. That's not the only move you can do, but it's probably still the best move you can do. I could just kind of belabor this even more and just cover it, and the longer I do this, the worse it could potentially get. I mean, I can always just trade whenever I want. Up until he castles. He probably should just do it now, so I didn't really get anything out of that at all. It was so pointless. There probably was something to punish there because nobody ever does that queen move, rather than you would just move the bishop there and it's not a big deal. You could have just traded it like normal. You would take, I would take, you would take, I would take, but then you have something maybe here. So you could maybe sack the, oh shit. Okay, bro, okay. For fuck's sake, man. Okay, so now that's gonna fuck everything up. I don't think I'll even be able to castle anymore. All because I was trying to do too much in the opening, I guess. If I go here, you'll just go here. If I go here, you'll just take it. Like, what the fuck is going on? See, this is my typical lesson on why not to attack at a low rank unless you know exactly what the fuck you're doing, because you'll somehow it'll turn around. So because of what I did there, now I'm kind of late to castle. They put up all this weird stuff. They could have already taken this anyway, but I guess he can still do it now. Okay, so these will be a little bit difficult to take, and you also have this ability. So the only thing to consider is that I would love to trade something off right now. It's interesting they chose to do that when they could have taken this anyway the whole time. And then they, I don't know, then they maybe could have still done it. That just seemed like the more obvious move to make. Unless I get like some sort of stupid fork here, I'm not really going to have much of a chance. These pawns are so overextended. This is a passed pawn, connected, very awkward spot. No, I'm playing kind of too differently now, where maybe too aggressively at times. It's just not really my style. Okay, at least he's burning some clock. It's -4. I could maybe win back a few of these pawns, but otherwise it's pretty tough. When they take this long, it almost makes you think there's something really good that I must have that I'm just not seeing. I could just keep pushing him back a little bit. Like you get forked here, you get attacked here again, but it doesn't seem like anything that conclusively good. It opens up this. They might not be able to block super effectively. If the king wasn't there, I could do that maybe. Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. It's a very busted position, but maybe you can somehow recover. It would be pretty satisfying. And they are certainly taking their time. So here you have a problem. The queen can't even really save you. God damn it. You're gonna lose either the rook or the bishop, or actually probably both. Or just ignore it and do that. Okay, maybe I should stop now. God damn it, why do I keep getting to this exact rating and then getting stuck? It's not like it matters as far as the matchups. The matchups are pretty much the same, up or down, 30 rating. Right, like me being a little higher or lower doesn't make that much of a difference. Then they'll give you one that's like 100 points lower, 100 higher. This is the Dark Souls 2 one. This is another Dark Souls 2 one. I think this is the one where I'm talking about like an old debate between Skyrim and Skyward Sword. Like which game was the real 2011 game of the year? And even though I grew up a Zelda fan, I would have still said Skyrim because it's kind of like if you compare Breath of the Wild, kind of follows that more, like the open world style and everything like that. So it's like Skyrim was a step ahead and sort of Breath of the Wild took a lot of inspiration from it that way. Right, like which one is more similar to the other? So if Skyward Sword was so good, then why isn't Breath of the Wild more like that than it's like Skyrim? So let's see what we have here. Anarchy set and Zoo's pieces. Okay, let's try again. Just play simple, save. I'm not going to try to attack at all now anymore, which is usually my normal style anyway, but it's just sort of fool's gold. Like, I don't need to even do it. So if you go here, it's a little annoying, but it's not that big of a deal. Just do this. Now, I keep doing this with the pawn that maybe I shouldn't do. And I don't need to do it at all. That could be potentially dumb too, because if I did that, then they could have just done that. I'm like jumping the gun with wanting to develop in that kind of way, but it's not necessary. Alright, so all you have to do, finish the development. We get our little V-shaped structure that I like so much. This one is kind of a curiosity that I'm not sure exactly what it's trying to do. And so if you can do this, you can probably go here. Like, this is a good, safe, normal position that I can live with. Somebody else, we could potentially deny 19,000 games. We could potentially deny them getting to 17 as well here. Well, I mean, I failed to stop the last guy. That's so unbelievable. I go on that good streak and then like this. Like, how does that just happen? One after the other. It's relatively the same opponents and everything that we're dealing with. So this should try to open up the... This will try to open up the actual light square bishop diagonal here. If you go here, I can easily take it, so it's not a big deal. This is pinned, but it's not very meaningfully pinned because you can just move the queen. I go here, I could still take, you could still take, I could still take. So I should probably just move the queen for the fuck of it, or I could try to push this out, which maybe this is one of the moves that's getting me in trouble a little bit too, but I normally do that and it's not a big deal. Or now I don't have the will to push it all the way. Like maybe you're supposed to do that now too, but I don't like to. I'll just do this just so it doesn't become an issue later. So now if you were trying to play really well for the bishop pair, you would want to get rid of these as well. And the only way that you can do that is by simply pushing this, which I wouldn't necessarily want to do either. So like, how do you really get rid of this? Take, it's just kind of awkward. Maybe I should just switch up a little bit what I'm trying to do. And the reason why is because this slice square diagonal doesn't seem like it's going to be that good for me at all. You have that. That's kind of cute, I guess. There may be no meaningfully good way to actually deal with that either. Doesn't mean it's going to be mate or anything, but it's just, or it could be pretty close to it actually. See, what an amazing thing. Like, you have so much development, so much going on, but there's nothing you can do, I don't think, to stop that move from happening. It's so weird. It's because you're blocking off your own diagonal, I guess. That's incredible. So it might be a forced mate. Just go here, go here, go here, and then you might... No, but then you could do something stupid like this, probably. It would be if not for this stupid-ass knight. It might even make a certain amount of sense to press this, but I don't know. Ah, that stupid ass fucking knight, dude. Maybe I should preempt it and do this first. So now you know where it's gonna go and everything like that. Like now you could press it even further, but it doesn't work because that's so fucking bullshit. It would have been a fucking mate too. You can go here and try to block everything, I guess. Which now you kind of fucked yourself because that didn't matter. Now can you stop this? Oh, I guess maybe you can do more than what I'm giving you credit for. Because it's like, now you could just raise this, and then I can't do it. There's too many answers that you can always do. Fucking stupid. Hmm. I don't know. This is what happens when I try to attack, I guess. It's just fucking bullshit. I still can't do that. I can't do anything with the Darksphere Bishop itself. Just like overestimate how... That's so dumb. It just didn't accomplish anything. Like, I'm not even in that good of a position still. I didn't win a piece because of it. I'm not gonna mate them because of it. Nothing. Okay, you do that. I'm not losing, but it's just kind of frustrating that, you know, nothing like that ever works when it feels like it would be intuitive or simple. I don't know exactly what to even aim for now. Whatever I do is going to take a super long time to actually accomplish. And you leaving this here might not even be a good idea anymore. I don't even know. Like, I don't know. I don't have the desire to ever push my kingside pawn. So what I feel like is you kind of... You know, maybe now is the time where you're meant to just go berserk with it, but I don't really like the idea of doing that. Now I better just play it more normally and just fucking try to trade queens and stuff. That is so idiotic, though. You don't get anything for that, or at least I can't figure out how to really press it more. That's such an aggressive position. You had the bishop there, you had the knight, you had a potential mate. It's just too simple-minded, I guess. You can't really do that, which is why I say don't even bother attacking unless you really have played the game for like 20 years and you know what you're doing. Because it's never that simple. You could actually do this. I don't really like the idea of doing it. If you give a check, I take... So they're kind of dragging it out a bit. There's no clear conclusive advantage. It's just kind of a little boring. So you go here. You could actually do this. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take. No, I can't do it. I would love to have just traded the queen, but they're not letting me. Like if they go here, I would take, they would take. I can't take, but would that really be worth it? Aside from sack play, I don't see what this triple stack actually does for you. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. So that doesn't work really. You can go here and try to do something. Maybe that was actually a good move, but they're not taking advantage of it. It's just like nobody is doing anything, bro. And they seem to be in more of the aggressive position now, but it's just a case where it doesn't matter. Like nothing is really happening. That's a good move, I guess. And so now they could take, I could take, it's still fine. They could go again with this maybe. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would take, they would take. You could technically do this. And maybe that's fine because the act of them taking doesn't really matter that much. They'll go like this, but then they won't be able to even. It might be better for once not to actually trade. Let them do it, and then I can just take back. They can come here. I would take. You get the rarely seen triple stack, but it's often never good, as I always say. There's like one game from the 1960s by some famous old GM that's probably where it's good, and that's the only time it's ever been good. Or, you know, it so rarely even happens that... Okay, 2 minutes left. Like, we're doing fine. It's just this kind of game is very frustrating because there's nothing really going on. We both probably had openings and better opportunities than what we took, but it just didn't materialize into anything. So now it should go into that degenerate flagging territory. Just don't give up anything massive. And if you don't give up anything massive, then you're able to just drag it out and then they'll flag or make a mistake because they're about to flag. Like, that's unfortunately what a moderate quality game comes down to. I'm very happy with that, actually. Now, what is it that you think you're going to accomplish here? I'm not really sure. If I go here, you can immediately do that, so I shouldn't do it. But then you'll go take. You go here, I can still cover it if I really want to. So it's very unlikely that anybody should win this. I may be up one pawn, but that's not really a big consequential thing. So they would take, I would take, they would still take. Might still be better, but if they give a check, well then I guess they're not taking. So maybe it's still better to do this than to at least take something instead of letting him have 2 passed pawns and losing it for nothing. Or I mean 2 connected passed pawns. So now we can bring this out. And there's a lot of repetition that could happen here where you could come back again, then I feel like I have to cover. If not, then I can try to pick up yours. My pawn structure is actually a lot better than yours, though, if you were to look at this. Basically, because even though you have this dinky little pass pawn situation, it's a case where, I don't know. Now at least we can cover this from a different angle as well. So now we're both attacking and covering that. You could raise it. Go here, you can't move that, and you're attacking this, and you're covering this. So my king should be put to a little better use. And the better use maybe is that I should cover this with the king. That way the rook can roam free. It might leave this a little exposed, but isn't this so dumb? This guy is literally me, because I'll even give it to him. Like, I didn't deserve anything. Well, I guess I won't say it yet, because who knows what's going to happen, but it just doesn't feel right. Like nobody is actually better. I'm not better than him. He's not better than me. We're about as even as you can get. But now it's going to come down to time because chess is a bullshit, stupid game, and it's just not fun. Like this is exactly the instance where I would be pissed because I don't deserve it, and I'm even saying I don't deserve it. But fuck it. Now this could still be potentially bad in terms of, well, my king is so close though. My king is so close that you would think I should be able to stop something here. And his thing comes behind. I'm just gonna. Oh, well, that's maybe my sense of honor that I thought, okay, bro, okay. What the fuck even happened? Ah, yes, of course. He should totally have tried to do a thing like that. What the fuck is this, dude? This is cute and all, but I'm not gonna be able to stop his thing either. Whatever. I was even saying I didn't deserve it, but that doesn't mean I should just deliberately do that. Let's see if you can still do it in the right amount of time without doing a stalemate or something of the sort. You can have it, bro. You can have it. But the point is, we're both losers because we both suck. And it's just not a fun game. It's just trash because nobody, aside from like just giving up a rook there because I'm not paying attention or something, or I'm just so tunnel vision on what I'm doing. But no, he didn't make any major mistakes. I didn't make any major mistakes. Or I guess he did make a major mistake and I just wouldn't believe that he would have done it. So it's the old mind trick like that where you wouldn't imagine that he would ever do that. But, you know, when I'm the one who has so much time, I should probably pay a little more attention there. Yeah, that's like a thoroughly unsatisfying waste of time that a lot of, you know, even high level chess games are going to feel like that, where, oh, you know, we sit there for 90 minutes each, or whatever the formats are, and it's like, and only to get a draw. Like, is this after studying 20 years of your life to be that good to be able to do it? Like, yes, it might be a high level of play, and I can appreciate that, but it's still not exactly satisfying. Like, oh, chess players are so competitive. Also, you know, how many draws can you get before you get sick of the game? At any level, at any explanation that you might want to say, oh, it's because they're so good, but it goes without saying that high level players at a game are going to be good. So how does that explain it? Like, yes, of course, if players of any game are good, it's going to end in a majority of draws, but that's not how games work by definition. There's a winner and a loser. That's a game, as Red John would say. I was going to use that as like a voice clip for something, or I guess you could just make a clip out of it. It's just the character from a show that says, who's like very smart and strategic, you know, who goes head to head, like almost like a Sherlock Holmes Moriarty kind of thing. So he says that line in like his final appearance where it's like, there's some exchange like that fits with chess so much. You could meme on it, like why Red John doesn't like chess. And it could just be him saying that line. There's a winner and a loser. That's a game, which is not what chess is at all, ever. So this is like, they would take, I would take, they would take, I don't fucking know what's happening. I think the one thing you want to do is you want to figure a way to, they would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. They could maybe unleash this, but there's no good unleash that they can do. I've been doing this move like way too much lately in a way that I don't think I should be doing. I'm surprised they did that, actually. Now this opens up the opportunity to basically get the thing open, the F file open. That is kind of more like my kind of position, though. I'll give it to you there. Like all these kind of lock pawns, it's just not really a big deal. What? Bro. Okay, bro. I mean, first of all, you're just blundering a pawn, so that in itself you should see. Like, you're so used to the rook being there. Like, why isn't it there even? Just because I was trying to cover that for the previous exchange or whatever. Okay, whatever. That's good enough. See you tomorrow. But let me play that clip. I won't even show it in case, oh, whatever, copyright. But yeah, I should have that as like a sub notification or something because of how much I play chess. Let's see. Confrontation. This is one thing actually I didn't get spoiled on because I was watching the show, but then sometimes you'll see it in the thumbnail or something, and it is in the thumbnail. Like, it'll even say his reveal scene, but it'll show his fucking face in the thumbnail. Like, you're kind of ruining the reveal right there. It's really one of the worst scenes ever. That is just very disappointing. Not unlike Light Yagami's whole thing. Let's see where it is. Where does he say it?
Sure. The rest is just details. Evils.
Challenging. Thank you.
Game.
It's not a game.
There's a winner and a loser. That's a game.
Yeah, that's the one. Like, let's look at the whole exchange.
Game's over and I won. It's not a game.
It's not a game. There's a winner and loser. That's a game.
It's not a game.
Not a game I asked to play, but you played it very well nonetheless.
You were fun, challenging.
But he should be grateful because the alternative is he could have just killed him at any point. It's one of those plot armor things like, oh, I'm only not killing the main character because I want to play around with them. So if the alternative is, okay, let's not play a game, I'll just kill you and that'll be over. So that was 2 very irritating games in a row. And the last one's not even showing up. So we basically gained a whopping 17 rating there. Okay, see you tomorrow. So here's a good psychological trick. I'm already on the last piece of my art that I have to rotate if I lose, so I can't lose, and I don't even have any more ready, so I'm too lazy to do that, so that'll motivate me more than anything. So I went on a couple good streaks, but then I always go on a bad streak afterwards. 65. I even got to 66, but it's not showing that. I guess it just shows you like the end of the day or something. So I must have gotten higher, and then I got higher, and then I maybe fell back below it or something. Yeah, let's go ahead, see how far we can get. I changed the piece set and everything. I skipped one of them. There's like 2 or 3 that I skip. One of them is like... Actually, sometimes I would skip the one that has to do with like the Germany or Soviet Union or whatever, but I actually did just play that one, just in case that's potentially sensitive content. But also, there's like one with anal beads that actually shows them, not because, oh, the cheating implication, but because it could just be a little graphic, not safe for work type of thing. And then the other one is, what you call it. It's like a bunch of horses, and I won't even show it, but that's like the Forsen meme that he always gets in trouble because he like looks at some fan's picture that they send him of a horse and potential, unsafe content to do with it. Yeah, this set looks almost a little choppy, which has a certain charm to it, but it's kind of weird a little bit. A lot of these have been like that because they're like from old school chess video games, like from arcade days. And some of these rating matchups are kind of bullshit. I always say that with classical, it tends to be like that where you play people 100 above or 100 below you, but when it comes to rapid, it shouldn't be the case as much. So you can take, I'd almost welcome it. Yeah, this is like all I've been doing now this last week, and so I gotta find the time to really... It's just such an easy category to do. It's kind of like how I do card games or other things, right? Just like as a filler thing. You can still take it seriously and get immersed, but anything that's like a one-off, that's how multiplayer games are sort of prey on that. You can go in and play like one match, like of NBA 2K or Call of Duty or whatever. You go in, you play one match, and then you're satisfied. Like, that in itself is a full game. So like I could play a classical game here And that could take an hour, and that'd be the whole session. But you know, in a micro sense, it's still a good, satisfying thing to do. This kind of move, I don't really understand whether it's good to take or not. That just seems kind of weird, but this forces too much action. Like now I have to react to this. Then you could potentially cause all kind of problems for me. Right, like why am I allowing that to even happen as far as the pin itself? And then I always think, oh, I'm going to be so clever and do something, but it doesn't mean that whatever you think you're going to do, they should probably be able to see anyway. The one other chess format that I failed is my permadeath bot thing on chess.com. I went on there just to fuck around with the piece set. I went on there to fuck around with the piece set, and then I decided to I mean, that's kind of cute, but I didn't really get anything out of it because of this stupid ass position. I lost to Anna Kremling's bot or whatever. That I was even making fun, like, oh, you know, it's not that big of a deal because why would you even do that? Like, obviously, you're preserving the threat, but I don't know. Like, you'll take that. That's perfectly fine with me. I just have to deal with it. But no, I'm even saying, oh, the bots aren't as accurate to the site, like if it was an actual player. But even if it's not, it's still pretty good because, you know, I still got my ass beat. But again, would I be able to beat a 1750 on chess.com right now on a consistent basis? Probably not. So it's not that big of a surprise, but I was not expecting that way that game went. Generally, the bot ratings are not accurate to player ratings at all. That players are much better at the same rating than the bot is. Like a 2000 bot versus 2000 player is way off. I played like Ding Liren's bot, and I'm pretty sure I had it on video because I don't really play chess when I'm not streaming. I played Ding Liren's bot, and I get to an endgame like -1 pawn. Like, yes, his position's better. Yes, he's gonna win the game, but when should that ever happen? Like, that's so dumb because it's like, I don't know, it's just not how it should work at all. It's not like, oh, there's a little minor disparity, he's a little better, he's like god tier compared to me, obviously. You think if I was really playing Ding Liren, it would get to that kind of position? And even in the sense of like what do you call it? Like, maybe it's like he assumes that I'm a grandmaster, so he's playing like more safe and conservative. If he knew what a clown I was, right, any grandmaster, high rated player that I'd play against, if you knew how bad somebody is, then you wouldn't, you know, you could easily cheese them and do certain things that you otherwise might be afraid to do. But that's the credit that you sometimes get when you're higher rated. You might have no idea what you're doing and you might be fucking up, but they'll give you the benefit of the doubt. They're like, oh, well, we think they're trying to do something, so you got to be all careful. That'll even happen for me. Like, I'll do a move where I just blunder a piece, but they won't take it because they think, oh, it must be a trap. I wouldn't have done that, clearly. Like, I'll play really well for the whole game, and then I'll make one mistake, but they'll think, oh no, that must be part of their plan because this guy's too good to just blunder a piece like that and make a mistake like that. So it becomes like a reverse psychology issue there too. If you're covering this, you could make this move because if I take, then you could just take. But oh, that's very dangerous though for you, isn't it? Because now you're setting up for, well, the queen has to work too far in to get there, but you could cancel queenside. I mean, look at how exposed his king is. Like, you should be in a strong attacking position, but I'm such a defensive kind of player, which I would sort of respect that because it's worked for me to the extent that nothing else would work. Yeah, I finally got to level 2. How's it going? I could bring the bishop back, but I actually don't want to. I'll just move here. This looks like such a vulnerable position for his king, but he, you know, even if you queenside castle, it's not very strong. There was some interplay with this pawn that could have been really good that we both just sort of didn't pay attention to. No, I'm still not using perks. Oh yeah, let's see what other perks there are though. Earn an additional 4 to 5 hue points for winning a game that reaches that. What was this one again? I forgot. Being up in material for more than one move, which that happens pretty much every game. Even when I lose, that pretty much happens every game. Earn an additional hue points for winning a game that reaches the endgame phase. For the purpose of the perk, the endgame begins when both sides have 13 points of material each, not counting pawns. So I mean, that also would happen very often. I should just try to get my queen in there. You can't even bring the rook to challenge it. Yeah, it is a very cool idea, and it almost makes me want to crave one that does it to do with the piece sets too. Maybe even incorporating these third-party ones, but that might be hard to do. But yeah, like, and in a broader sense too, like, oh shit, I can't do that. In a broader sense that, like, you would, like, unlock. So, like, once I get to level 2, now I unlock a new piece set that I couldn't that I couldn't use before. So it makes you feel like you're playing for something, even if they're already the same piece sets that you would have had in terms of, like, whatever's on the site. So you're just choosing to handicap yourself because you want to feel like there's a certain value in unlocking it. Yeah, he just doesn't care about his king's safety at all, which I find to be a common trend against people I play against. It could just be because I send a certain signal that I'm not aggressive somehow with the way that I play. Right, that people feel they can take advantage of that. In particular, what hurts me there is the kingside pawn pushes, where I'll be so passive, even if I'm up material, even if I'm in a good position, that they'll be the ones still to take the initiative, and I struggle with those kingside pawn pushes because I'm not punishing them for it, so they just get to do it with impunity and nothing happens. That's the whole principle in chess, that even the engine will show you that. Not that you can play like the engine, but when some crazy threat is being posed by your opponent, the way to deal with it is not to... The way the engine deals with it is not to address the threat. Like, oh, let me try to survive that threat most of the time. It'll be, let me try to pose my own threat, and somehow, you know, they have to address mine now or something like that. They'll pose a bigger threat the other way. You see that happen a lot. They'll just ignore what's happening, and then they will... There's so many hundreds of instances I've seen whenever I analyze like that. So it's like, oh, I'm getting attacked. You're threatening my queen, but I'll just threaten your queen, or I'll just do something else. So you rarely see the engine just make a move like, oh, I'm going to... Well, that's pretty good. I'm going to just be scared and worry about the threat that you're doing. No, they'll say, I'm going to, again, just pose my own threat and distract them or put a certain amount of pressure. So their king is very exposed. Mine isn't too exposed. His time is pretty low, but I mean, this game is kind of meaningless too because of the... You know, he's 100 rating below, so I don't know what I can expect here. Now, he had a good opportunity to take the open file because the king is sort of out of place. So that was not something he probably should have done. You block it there. So, see, now at this stage in the game, I do get sort of lazy. Like, I just want to take everything all the time. I don't care if it's good. I don't care about anything. Just like... You know, it shouldn't really matter. Now, would I be able to take this, or can he still squeeze into there like the clown that he is? I'm not really seeing much of a threat that he's posing to me, but it's like such a tight amount of material still that I mean, these two would be the ones you eventually have to push. But even in a position like this, where I'm up on time, up on material, I still tend to be passive. It's like a trusting yourself issue, right? Which in some ways is validated. Like, you don't really believe that you're going to be able to do something thoroughly, so you don't even bother trying when it comes to like attacking play or whatever it is. Or it'll often backfire. That happened to me a couple times in the last session, where I was the last or the before last. Like, I was trying to take the initiative at times, and then it just didn't work, or it, you know, kind of blows up in your face if it fails, or you get frustrated. Like, you'll almost mate them, you'll almost get something out of it, and then it'll fall short. So this would have been cute, but I don't know if he can really. Is he gonna go like down there, try to attack this? This could still drag out for a while, but I should just push the kingside pawns, I guess. If I go there, he would take, I would take, he would take. Let's just try to push the, well. He's gonna be all annoying about it. Some of these are out of place to where it's all about whether the king can address them or not. You know, it's almost like a Queen's Gambit moment where the rook is almost trapped within that file. There's that one moment that everybody likes so much. I think even Magnus said it was maybe his favorite, or maybe I'm misremembering, but where like a rook gets trapped in a way that doesn't look like it's trapped at all, just like by the spacing of the pawns and everything like that. Now, this is very annoying, but there's nothing I can do about it, so... In fact, that's horrible, but... I guess at least I'll have eyes on it to the extent that there's no way I can stop him from going there. So I might have to sack for it, and it might be worth it because you have... By the time he does it, he'll have to do it, then he'll have to move away, then he can't give a check even. So, like, I could sack it, and I'll even get a check here. So it's just so slow. It was a good play by him, but now I don't even have to worry about it. That could have been a lot scarier than what it actually was. That maybe wasn't even a good idea. Because now I could be making it so much harder for myself than it needs to be. No, okay. I get only +4 for that. We get another level. And see, it turned blue for a second, but then now it's not blue, so I don't get it. It just sort of wants to jump scare you for a second with the change when you win. So... Let's see. I forget what this clip thumbnail. Look how bad the resolution is on that too. Is about like me talking about the dislike button on YouTube, like how it's sort of inconsistent. Why would you keep likes around but not dislikes? That was maybe closer to when that actually happened. It's a bug. Sometimes it'll just change the shade of it a little bit. Okay, let's go again. I felt like I had to streak the Stockfish. He's probably just trolling. This isn't actually Stockfish, is it? It could be like some adaptive AI type bot, but I mean, that even makes it feel bad because I don't want to feel like I'm cheesing and gaining rating because of that. You won't know whether it's just somebody who wants to be all cheeky and do that themselves. Just use the name. Go to the Chrome extension settings. I don't think I'm using anything that has to do with the board. Or, oh, you mean that? Synchronize board, profile stored. Like, let me see if I turn that off. What would happen? Well, it should fix itself maybe after this game. But yeah, this would be disappointing if the site starts using bots like this. Okay, sync. Oh, that did actually work. Yeah, that's what we kind of saw a glimmer of that's what it's meant to be for a second. That's so weird that it sort of just overrides it in the middle there. Okay, this will be a guaranteed trade. I always like that one because it's not a case where you have to worry about it in terms of the, messing up the pawns. You're just doing it however you want. So this is always good. You get the bishop pair. I get the bishop pair a lot, in the majority of my games, but then I don't actually benefit from it because of the simple fact that it was supposed to change. No, but I wonder if it's a bug that's somehow induced by some of the other things that I'm using, or whether it's just a natural bug within the program itself. So this could be very dangerous, but as long as that pawn is there, this is pinned, which I wasn't expecting. Okay, we're practically obligated to do that because of how stupid this is with the pin. And this shows you really what pissed me off about the knight so much is the fact, well, I already fucked up in a way. What pisses me off is that there's nothing that can ever cover it now. It's like, if I move away, I'm screwed. If I don't move away, I'm screwed. I didn't really mean to even do that. Or I guess, I don't know. I'm just playing super sloppy right now. Is it because you went to analyze too fast? Oh, really? Okay, you move that to there. That's perfectly fine. Well, since they missed a chance to do this, now they're going to go in there and there won't be a way I can deal with it, but there actually probably will be. If I just come back, they'll be there, but then they'll just take it. And then I can't take back. I'm making a lot of moves, which I even know as I'm making them aren't really good. So the problem is that if I can get rid of the Dark Square Bishop itself, that would be very good, but I can't figure out how to do it. If you raise this, you just take the thing for free. If you raise this, same thing. This would seem like the correct move, but it's not because fix it in the next update. He's threatening me. Yeah. I mean, this would be the natural move, but then you'll just immediately take it, and then I just can't take back. So I don't really see a clean way to deal with this. You'll take there and check. I really don't even know. I even saw that like last move that, oh, he could have gone there and then he'd be threatening it, but we'll take this for now, I guess. Not that bad of a spot still, but it's just sort of surprising how that was possible. We're lined up here. I mean, if he just makes one little mistake, that's all we need. Or if I can just push that out, but I don't see really how. I'm losing a stockfish. Not my fault. I can be like a Magnus and complain like, oh, I'm, actually losing the stockfish. Now the move should be fairly obvious that he's able to he can go like this and then he's threatening this. But that's not exactly what I expected to happen. Very odd position, but he's sort of threatened to win pieces in a very creative way, at least, that I was not expecting. And if it was accurate to an actual bot, then that would be still pretty bad, because Stockfish level 1 is not very good, so he's not really living up to his name. In fact, as much as I make fun of the bots on chess.com for their ratings not really being accurate to players, the same is true with the bots on here. Like levels 1 through 8, he's feeling embarrassed about using Stockfish, so he's quitting out. You have like levels 1 through 8, and 8 is supposed to be like beyond Magnus, right? So I play like against a Stockfish level 6, and I still do pretty well. Whereas that's supposed to be like a 2000 plus 2400 IM level, right? Like if 8 is beyond Magnus, 7 is Magnus, 6 is like a GM, you know, but why it doesn't really feel as strong as what it's supposed to be. So I certainly don't think that I would have had any chance here, but I'll take it if he gives me a sympathy win. I don't know why he would do this. Yeah, all you'd have to do is get rid of this, even if you want to be all cute about it. In that case, it's not so bad. I don't know why he had to do it like that. This guy's a sandbagger. Bruh. All I have to do is buy this one move. What is he gonna... Is he gonna, like, threefold repetition here or what? I just hate that sometimes in principle. Like, I'd rather lose than even get a threefold repetition, but... This is kind of not what I was expecting. You know, that would have been the bait move. Like, oh, hooray, he gets to pin my thing. But then the only reason why I'm allowing that is because we're threatening mate otherwise. I have a mate. Must not be super obvious then. I mean, I have a free piece for what it's worth that he just doesn't seem to care about. But now I'm going to be worried about something myself like this. He'll come there and I shouldn't really allow that. Much as I would have liked to take that. This is kind of confusing. I go there, they take... Not anymore. I don't know what it was then. I missed it. I don't know if I had the chance, because if it was here, check, 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 he never gave me a move. So he goes there. All I have to do is, I don't want to give him this opening even. If I take, they take. If he takes, I can't take. I guess I have to do it. Okay, so you can do that. The problem is just the positioning of it. Like, how do I... What if I go like this? So now, with the stupid ass bishop, if I block here, then he's gonna do something else. I would take, he would check and take. King is just in a really weird spot. All I have to do is like be able to offer up a trade of the queen or something like that. Still a pretty even position. You're threatening c7, but he moved up. I don't know what's gonna happen here. Honestly, they'll take for free, and we'll try to escape. I honestly don't know what this is. You have to go here, then they'd be able to take that, because then you lose the cover. So you have to still... You don't have a choice, though. Oh, wow. He missed something so obvious there. No way this guy is 16. So, I mean, he only has one game on record, so I don't know what he is. Okay, so he's still +4, though. So it almost doesn't feel like that great of a position for him, but he's got 3 minutes. Try to do something with this, but his king is too close. Surprised that you're doing that. I'm very surprised. Wait, how is he still up material then? Wait, what? I guess he's just up by so much. Now this I should be able to do, because mathematically it's just more like he'll get something else for it. And I completely lose, obviously, then. Bro is definitely not using Stockfish level 1 unless I have it backwards, and 1 is actually the best one, but I think it's 8 on here at least that they call it. That was kind of irritating, actually. And now I don't have another art to go to, so I have to stop unless he gives me a stalemate. I don't know, he was kind of inconsistent where he seemed good at times, but I like how you get seconds back too in this format. Like, I only lost 4 for that, which is actually pretty generous because he's like 2K. He didn't even seem that good to me, but maybe I don't know. I wouldn't know the difference. He is admitting to Stockfish in the name. But no, I mean, he could genuinely be 2000 because he's only made the new account. So, you know, he'll get up there pretty quickly with the provisional boost. He made 4 blunders, so he made more blunders than even I did. Or is that part of his technique that he just does it on purpose just to make it seem like he's not as good as he is or not cheating? So you deliberately just make mistakes here and there, but it's still good enough to win because whatever. So you just turn it on when you really want. That's a blunder I could have taken here, and everything would have been fine. Blunder followed by blunder. That's a mistake. Where the fuck are you supposed to go then? You go here. It's a lot of like repetitious moves that start to happen later on. God damn it, now I have to go all the way and change my thing again. So we have exactly where we were at the beginning here. It always takes a second to actually load this in, what you just did. Okay, fine, we'll do a couple more. This is a good fitting punishment for when I lose, that I should have to do this, but it's kind of irritating. So I'll have to change the P set to, and then I stopped using Imgur for it too, because one day it was just not working. I haven't tried it since, so I just used Flickr instead, which is some similar site. And I could use them from my second channel too, but that ends up just being the same over and over. Like it'll just be the same thumbnail for the whole series, but it'll just be one. It'll just be with a number on it. Like, so I always hated doing that in principle because it felt like, you know, I want every thumbnail and every title and stuff to be kind of unique, and I was sort of a little OCD about it. But that's part of the reason why I didn't post anything ever. So then I just said, fuck it. Right, I'll make like another channel just to do stuff like that. So this is going to be relatively recent here. What do we have? Should be getting close. That was the dislike button discussion that never ends. That was the one that we saw, Dark Souls 2. Now these are all going to be to do with Diablo. What was this that I was playing though? Was this Diablo Immortal, I guess? Role player tries to make mobile games interesting. That was a really cool piece set. Okay, see you later. Thanks. Yeah, I like these sort of old school ones that seem almost low resolution 8-bit. It has kind of a charm to it, especially from a lot of these games that I've never even played in the first place. Yeah, I'm trying to role play in a mobile game, Diablo Immortal, where she has all these nice puns that I kept being stunned by. Like, he's in grave danger because you're playing as a necromancer or something. You say stuff like that. So I assume you wouldn't, like some of the lines they probably wouldn't have said if you're not a necromancer. It was actually a pretty good game though. I mean, I just played it the one session and I actually died first playthrough permadeath, losing in a mobile game. Not the first playthrough actually I've lost like that, losing a permadeath challenge in a mobile game like fucking PvZ Heroes, but it was actually pretty well designed. Like it didn't feel like it suffered much for being mobile. Or of course I was playing it on PC, but then it makes it feel like what's the point? Right, like you may as well just fucking give us Diablo 4, which at that point wasn't out, obviously. Which I did one session of that as well. I can't remember what I played as there. Probably like a more typical mage class. that's a genre that I've always been known for sort of clowning, and people always get so mad about it. Like my Path of Exile video has like 100 likes to 140 dislikes, and people are getting all mad because I criticize the genre and I say, you know, oh, it's like quantity over quality in enemy types and in loot, and it's almost like an RT, you know, the perspective. It's almost like an RTS game where you only control one unit. So then why have that camera perspective that's anti immersion breaking and inherently immersion breaking? That doesn't mean I can't still enjoy them in some way, but it just means like, you know, there's a difference between. I wanted to do that where I incorporate actually watching and reacting to the clips as I'm doing this. Like that was sort of part of my idea. It seems kind of weird, but like it would be a fun dynamic because what you have is I don't know, just it's like stuff that people wouldn't have seen anyway. It also makes me think of the idea of like I could just do a 24-hour stream every day where I'm not actually there, but I'm just playing a replay of one of my old VODs, and it's like nobody would know the difference. Like I could literally do that too, even if it's not a feature on the site. How would you know the difference? Right? I guess people could complain in chat. Like I could literally have my video playing and just play it and run the stream, and there you go. Like it's such a stupid idea, but because nobody's really probably seen a lot of my videos because I'm an unknown nobody clown, there could actually be a certain amount of value to that. So I don't know how that works. Like in terms of it lets you like do past broadcasts or something, but maybe only from Twitch. You couldn't just do it from a YouTube thing that you download, or I mean, originally it was from Twitch anyway, but that is a fascinating idea. Like when you have so much content saved, like if you have years worth of VOD saved, nobody would know the difference whether, oh, it's an old VOD. Nobody knows who I am, so why does it matter? Blue chessboard. Okay, the Ralph Schuler shit is just boards. Board library. I forget if that even worked or not. Most of these don't. See, this changes the piece set, but I don't know to what. Like, it's not the chess.com one. Sometimes that's just generic along with other stuff. Or is it? I don't even know what that is. I guess that's sort of unique, but yeah, it's a case where what does it say actually? Let me look in the. It usually says it here. Like you need to indicate if it's a past broadcast. Let viewers know your stream was previously recorded. So what does this mean though? So I might actually try. Well, I don't really want to do it, but or you know what I could do? I could make a second channel. That would be fun. I could make a second channel. So like I might actually try that. I'll make a second channel for this, just so that I can do reruns of like random YouTube videos that I feel like doing. So I could literally leave it on my channel playing. I wouldn't even have to like use any sort of secondary thing, right? It's like I would download my, you know, let's say a playthrough. I'll download my Paper Mario playthrough or something, and I'll just leave it on and just see what happens. And yeah, I wouldn't want to do it on this channel though, because that feels kind of dumb, but I am intrigued by it, but just because I have so much shit that nobody's ever seen and nobody cares about. Collections or playlists to organize your best work. Like, see what I have to upload it there, or rerun queue or non-live content that you can play on your own channel. But what if I don't need to do it? What if I just do it from my computer? Like I'm playing. This is so hilarious. You don't even need a functionality. I'm literally playing the video on my computer. Capture and stream your VODs from your streaming encoder of choice. Make sure you let your viewers know when you're broadcasting pre-recorded. Select the rerun checkbox and then add rerun to the beginning of your stream title. Add rerun to the beginning of your go live notification. Wait, what? Rerun to the beginning of your go live notification copy. But that didn't even do it. They didn't add rerun to that. They added now does it have to be something in that? Last week's stream, last year's stream. Rerun tag, failing proper label. Viewers expect the live streamers who are properly broadcasting. The only thing I don't get with that is like to what extent would it allow you to this is actually interesting. Does it have to be something that is a published VOD, or can I just use anything? You select that option, delete video chapters. Why did you change VOD? What does that have to do with it? VOD storage from. Wait. Oh, okay. I was gonna say because for me it's 14, but I guess it's because I'm an affiliate, and that's actually very important because I always try to download them, but it's very hard for me to do it within just 7 days, right? Sometimes I don't have time or I can't keep up with it, especially when I would stream for longer periods of time. I would have one computer dedicated to just download, like, I'd have two computers, so one of them I'd use to stream. The other one would be dedicated fully to just downloading the VODs overnight every night because they'd be like super 9-hour, 10-hour VODs. It's that long. Like, I don't know how else people do it. So the only thing I don't get about it is that do you have to upload it, or because it's talking about the VODs may not be available in Korea, enabling VOD, because it shouldn't have to be like that, right? And utilizing VODs, because it is something that was a VOD. That's what I'm kind of amused by. It's not that it wasn't a VOD, it's just to save me the trouble of doing it on the thing, right? To enable archiving visit stream settings. Yeah, I mean, that already happens. I like to save for longer. Yeah, or just download it rather than rely on their system, with all due respect. Store, publish, exclude categories, video producer, past broadcast. I want to actually see that. Highlights allow you to curate your past. That is so fucking funny. It's like I'll download my whole Paper Mario thing and I'll just play it overnight on a secondary. Are you allowed to even do that though? Have a second channel for that purpose? I don't even know. I don't want to do something I'm not meant to do. But I just find this whole thing funny. Highlights allow you to curate your past broadcasts into shorter video segments saved. Oh, I guess the problem with it is the AFK stuff. Like oh yeah, I would go AFK. No, but it's not an issue because I'd be playing the downloaded version that already has been edited out. Copyright strike. What does any of this have to do with? Oh, this is just telling me about VODs in general. Add to will bring up other options. Collection, rerun queue are non-live content that you can play on your channel. The broadcast, but I love this concept. You wouldn't need to do that because I don't know. I'm so confused because you're doing the same thing. It's just that you're showing it sort of manually. You let your viewers know. I don't know. Actually, I'm very confused. I'm finding like some loophole where like you're not using it from the rerun because that's too much pain. Then I would have to upload it there and that'll take a fucking century. Can you have 2 Twitch accounts? If you meet what is the phone verification? You'll enable setting. Create additional. Single additional account, but why? What would be the reasoning they would say for it? See, this is a perfect purpose for it, that you have the rerun idea. It might seem dumb, but it actually has a pretty good value to it. Like, it's just like a net positive. Like, how does it hurt me? It's stuff that I've already done that nobody's ever seen because I'm a nobody, like I said. So. I'll try to do it overnight. After the stream, I'll make a second one and then. Okay, here we go, bro. Here we go. I don't know if this is at all the right sequence of moves. So I'd have to make a second account, and then now I'm just kind of obsessed with this idea. I'd have to make a second account, and then I'd have to have my shit downloaded, and then I could just play it. As far as the rerun queue, I'm not really sure what that means. That would make it a pain to do, right? Or you know what'll happen is it'll be running, and then you'll get some stupid ass pop up or Windows update that'll fuck it up and cause some issue that you otherwise don't want. Or I guess you'd have to leave it like you'd have to like leave your computer unlocked if it's like, well, that shouldn't typically bother you, but like where you don't want it to show your lock screen. Look at this. I'm advertising for boosting platinum items without meaning to, because it just happens to be a screenshot of the game that whatever. I don't like the way a lot of this is going right now. You could go here. Go here. I don't really know. Yeah, the UI and everything was pretty good. Like it was one of those things that just feels like it's a shame that this is on mobile, but obviously they had their due as well. Like they obviously were on the way to making Diablo 4 anyway. This is fine. This is fine. You just get it over with here. Yeah, the only restriction then I would think of is that I would want to consider, this is like my type of move where you guarantee a trade in a way that is just, you know, oh, it's a fork, but it's not really a meaningful fork, but it's good enough that you're able to basically, well, actually it could fuck you up a little bit though, because what you're allowing is now, I could take that, sure, but even better, you got to consider that. I didn't know that that would necessarily win me the game though. It would just be, maybe there was something even better that I didn't realize. You would take here and then whatever, you know, you could trade that or before or after. But no, like I was saying, I have a case where whether you can just play stuff period that you have, and it's almost like how would they even know the difference? And the whole irony is if you did get in trouble for that, it's like, oh yeah, it's not a recent Twitch VOD, you're just playing random stuff. But on one hand, it's your content, and it's your content that you did stream on Twitch. It was just so long ago that they don't have it saved. So if I manually save it and play it, right, why should that not be allowed? I just find that hilarious. So like it'll be like, oh, I can't stream for long periods of time anymore, but I will still in some form be doing that because I have so much content to go through. And just like without context, just anything, everything fucking. Or I mean, I could do relatively recent things too if I really wanted, but in a way, it wouldn't make a difference, right? Because it shows you the sort of artifice of time with that. Like, you know how some people do content on that basis, like it's common to do that. Let's do Until Dawn remake because it just came out, or you know, let's do some new game just because it just came out. That is very likely, you know, very commonly a legitimate thing to do, yes. However, it doesn't mean that like let's say you go back, you're playing some old game for the first time, so it doesn't matter then when you're playing it, right? The playthrough is the playthrough, and that matters true, that rings true with like hard modes and stuff like that too, with respect to, you know, it's like a format of an old game that has been out for a long time, but you're doing like a special hard mode or permadeath or something with it. You could try to hit that. Maybe not the best idea. I mean, it's covered anyway, but now he's going to push it out some other stupid way. This is like a tempting move, but then you get baited. And that would have almost been cute. But the problem is the simple fact that you could take with the queen itself. There's some like crazy thing. Take. I would take, they would take, I would take. And then I could seemingly like double take, but it wouldn't matter. That's too bad that you can't really do anything with this. It's one of those moves that just feels like a waste. Like, is that really the best that I can do? Why did I do that? I love it. Like, I don't always lose games, but when I do a move like that is just inexplicable. Oh, I'm trying to double attack that. How cute. Now that just opened up my shit there. It's hard for me to really get immersed in doing something. I know it sounds like an excuse, but when I can't do it for a long period of time, or like with a game like chess, that's exactly what you have to do. You have to do it all day, every day, everything like that, which is fucking stupid because it just is too much. They would take, I would take, or they would do something dumb there too. It seemed like a free pawn, but it won't be a free pawn. And the reason why is because it's they'll probably be able to pick it up and I won't be able to save it, like even if they just attack it right now. So they're only +1, but it'll be because of that. You should always try to get something for it, but they take there, I could take here, you're threatening the queen. And you're very adequately threatening that square. So now maybe something could happen. Even if you keep the queen attached, there is some value to it. And so now you have the ability to, I would take, you would take, I would take. You still need more though somehow. Or even here you're picking up a pawn. Which arguably I shouldn't want to trade the queen in that situation, but they're going to pick up a couple of pawns, I think, here no matter what. So I shouldn't even worry about it. Right, it's not quite what it seems because I don't know. This is covered, so this one we have to try to get. And the way that we can do that, we could try to cover it. So this is big because you have this very strongly covered and you almost can't even really cover it back. So the only consideration is the simple fact that you're able to... Oh! But how did you do that, bro? How? Hmm. Okay, I'm not paying attention at all, bro. All I want to do is get back to 17, and I was on a really good streak. A little, you know, like yesterday or day before. You literally had mate. What the fuck are you doing? You just go there, that would have been it. So now I have to consider that possibility. Even this doesn't help because it's all about the back rank position. I might still not be able to do anything about it. Right, like that's so dumb, dude. How is it that I see stuff that they don't see, but then I still get outplayed by them? It makes no sense, right? I at least lose to them. I could literally tell them what to do, and maybe I am because I'm streaming, so they could snipe me so easily there. But whatever, dude. Okay, see you tomorrow. Okay, so like I was talking about yesterday, I actually did make this. So it lets you make like a second channel attached to your own. It's kind of like what I did with YouTube. Like I didn't want to just spam uploads on my main channel. I just want to upload stuff once a week or whatever. But then I made a second channel where I just do that, where I would upload like almost everything I'm doing secondary series. So this I can use. And I actually did do a stream last night of like the first couple episodes of my Paper Mario playthrough hard mode, which was towards the beginning of when I made this channel, like in 2021, at the end of 2021. So I did that, but unfortunately I didn't have the thing saved to save the VOD. But yeah, I'm just taking like my edited down YouTube versions of it, but it's still the same thing. So I don't see why that shouldn't be allowed. So I did that for like, it probably was like 8 or 9 hours. I can't even see it now. But yeah, that's kind of a fun idea. Just because like, I don't know. I find that funny. Like if you do that every day, right, there is a lot of shit that I have, so I may as well just use it. But what else do we have? I want to try to get back to 17 here, and I have to change the, or no, it's just another Diablo art, but we changed the art, I changed the set, and it has sort of been a tradition the last couple of years that like each of the major 3 holidays at the end of the year, I have like a tradition. So for Christmas, I always play Skyrim. Right, where that's the only time in the whole year actually that I play it. I make it like that rule, like, oh, I'm so addicted to it that otherwise, I'd play it too much. So I relegated it to where, oh, I'm only allowed to play on Christmas, right? So that one I've done the last couple years, and then I only on Thanksgiving I do the Red Dead Bounty Hunter series. So that's been a tradition. And so on Halloween, the last couple of years, I basically just done chess just because that's what I do in filler sort of days where I don't know what to do anyway. But, what could be scarier than watching me play chess or than low rated chess and blunders, right? That in itself is horrific. But I should maybe tomorrow try to do something that is a little bit different. Like maybe, I don't know, like some new horror game or something. I'm not sure. I should try to finally beat Slender the 8 pages because I played it a number of times and it is actually pretty hard. I beat Baldi's Basics, but I don't think I have that saved anywhere, so you wouldn't be able to see it. But that is pretty badass. Like you're collecting the 8 pages, or not the 8 pages. That's Slenderman. Like the little notebooks or whatever, and you have to solve like a math question as you're doing it. Oh, I guess I could play there's like another version of it. Yeah, I should probably do that since it's not like I have a fixed schedule now anyway in terms of categories, so I just kind of could do whatever I want anyway. I should play like some old school ones. I don't think I've played like really of all the genres out there. I don't think I've played really that many horror games over the years. Even if you consider like, oh, Luigi's Mansion or something, which it technically is, but it's like, it's not even intending to really be scary. It's more just like a general, I don't know, it's more the general atmosphere and subject matter than it is actually meant to be scary. This one I would like to take, but I don't really know. You could go here. I wanted to do this. I would take, it would still be fine. The best comfort that you always get in chess is if you can just do the same thing over and over every time. And the way that you're able to do that is by simply... The way that you're able to do that is by simply doing it in such a way that... Yeah, no, that's what happens even with better players. You end up doing opening theory and all kinds of crazy crap. Now the problem that we're running into is that if we go here, he can go here. But then I could double take. But then... Oh, I don't know. Again, just wanting to trade stuff off is always my tendency to. But no, I like this Diablo, whether I was playing Diablo Immortal. I guess how many Diablo games have I played on this channel? Diablo Immortal, Diablo 4, and then I guess Path of Exile is a Diablo style game. And then what's the other one? Lost Ark. So like people get so triggered, and I think I get it in the same way that, you know, obviously with MMO communities, like with WoW, I've had that experience. People like play a game their whole life, right? So like these people have probably been playing Path of Exile since it came out, and they've been, you know, whatever, they've studied it like their whole life, or whatever. They're just so familiar with it. They've been playing it nonstop, and they know everything about it, and et cetera, et cetera. The problem with that isn't that you know, clearly that shows you the game is complicated and people like it and whatever, but it's just kind of, you're not realizing sort of the hindsight bias that goes with it, where it's hard to picture like, oh, if you played the game for the first time, you'd be way better than this other person playing the game for the first time. But would you really be, or wouldn't it take a lot longer, and wouldn't you have to, like, I don't know. It just feels sort of artificial. People want to act like, oh, look how good they are. And, you know, haha, I know a game better than you that you're playing for the first time in 2023 that you, have probably played for years. Like at some point, it's just like a time consideration thing too. Like even with a game like chess, the amount of time that you put in would explain a lot. Right now, there is still methodology that goes into that. You could play a good amount like I have and not study, but that's just by choice. But like, you know, it's just weird. I don't know. I trigger people so much with that series in particular because or that genre, because I criticize it. But it's basically like, you know, these people played something for hundreds of hours over multiple years. Wait, what happened? You wouldn't even know, like, what the fuck is going on? You wouldn't even know, like, all the patches and expansions. So you're taking stuff for granted that isn't even how it worked originally. And I don't know. It feels sort of inauthentic. I'm not sure what's happening. Seems like my stream and my internet is fine, but not the actual site. Okay, they had probably a good move here because I'm letting this be pinned too much. So if I do it now, I could just move the knight itself. And the way that I can do that is, well, they're already doing it though. Once again, the knight can be a liability in such a way that is absolutely fucking stupid. Like, it always has to be the knight. Like, again, by not even trying to do anything with it, by not even taking anything, doing anything, literally just by simply having it exist in the game. And I made one move with it, just basic development, right? Like, it obviously wasn't a good position to allow that, but it's just amazing how much the knight can be like that. What is happening? Didn't I go there? This fucking site is trying to sabotage me. What the fuck is going on? It honestly seems like something with the site, because I don't think it's an issue with my... Yeah, we should look at this. Like, what is something... Fucking... If I lose because of this, I was probably going to lose anyway, but... You know, Five Nights at Freddy I tried. Stay out of the house. It's just weird because, yeah, Slender obviously is a classic. Like, how many of these have I actually played? And the answer is pretty much none of them. Inside is like one of those side scroller things. There's another game like that, like Limbo or something. It's made by the same company, or it's like very similar. Phasmophobia is more like multiplayer. Dead by Daylight. Until Dawn, which of course we got the remake here. It is even showing that, which I guess is on PC too. But what's the point? I mean, I already played it. It's not, you could say, oh, it has replay value because of all the different. That's too bad. I mean, we're getting actually sabotaged by the site because of all the different choices and stuff. It could be. Resident Evil 1996. That graphic style actually looks kind of cool. That's not what I was expecting it to be. I guess I've never really seen an image of the original. Five Nights at Freddy gets sort of overplayed. It's one of those things that, like, it has maybe a certain novelty to it that would be cool, but because of how much people beat it like a dead horse, and you hear so much about it all the time, like with Among Us now, or with like Fortnite over the years, or Minecraft, it sort of cheapens it a bit because it's like overwhelmed, right? It feels like this actually had a PC version of it somewhere. That this was like a PlayStation exclusive that they took down too because the game never came out. I'm surprised they'd put this on a list like this though. It's a fucking little demo, and they're putting it on. They're putting it on the top 25 horror games of all time. Like, what kind of shit is that? Why should you have a demo on there? Silent Hill. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. Like, clearly my internet's working because I'm like, yeah, maybe I should do that. I should play like some sort of old school classic for the first time and see, like, how would that be on PC though? Like the original version? Release? Nintendo DS. These were obviously, must have been re-releases in some form. Would it actually be? See, I don't want like a remastered version of it though. That's the thing. If I was to actually just do it legit, remaster, Origins. Yeah, I kind of have a pet peeve about that. I'd rather do actually the original version, period. Right, with no such other consideration. I could do some obscure one or some recent one, or I could do some classic like that I've just never played, which would be probably most of them. Bro, what the fuck is this, man? Like, what happened? Is it actually the chess status? It suddenly goes down in the middle of a game, and I'm just fucked. Down right now. Pokemon Showdown is down for everyone, really. What amazing timing. You wake up to do a 1 hour fucking session of this shit. This has almost never happened before. IP is up, browser related problems. If the site is up, which it's not. No graph shown. What the fuck is going on, dude? Yeah, what was I just looking at? Let me read something about it. It was originally made by December 1997, 4 million copies. Praised for its graphics, gameplay, sound effects, atmosphere. Criticism for its dialogue and voice acting. What was it released for originally, though? Setting was originally more Hellish Place, Overlook Hotel. I don't want to sort of spoil stuff about it. Windows. Oh, wait, it was. Oh, wow. I didn't know that was even the case. I was even saying, oh, they wouldn't have bothered doing it that then. That was actually in 1996. Resident Evil 1996 original PC version. Best way to play PC version of the. I really am surprised it even had one. Find the Japanese PC version. Oh, was it only Japanese? Rebirth patch. GOG in all its unremastered glory. Yeah, like why is that so hard to always find? If you have just the problem is it'll be in, will I have an English thing? I could, that could be part of the hard mode. Is this game gonna make me want to learn Japanese just to be able to play it the way that I almost would have thought of doing for all 4 localizations included. Iconic classic, better than ever. Full compatibility, localizations, DirectX, rendering options, improved timing of the cutscenes, video player. I don't want it to like change stuff though too much. Form of unknown prowls. I don't know if this is really the original, but usually brought back the classic fixing for modern hardware. This is tried and true original without any fan fixes. Yeah, but that's good. That's what I want. Or sometimes that is a novelty. You want to experience the game even with all its flaws, just so you can have like an objective view of it. Like you want to play Ocarina of Time, where you have to put on the water boots, the iron boots over and over, even if it's tedious, and go in the start menu every time. Even though that's a flaw, you might find a certain novelty in it, or you kind of want to see how it used to be. I guess that would probably be satisfactory enough. Right, there might still be some differences, but bro, can I just do this or not? So now I'm just gonna waste the whole fucking session. Right, because the only difference then is, oh, it's just optimized for the modern system versus not so much that it's actually a remaster. That is like a real stickler aspect that I have. No, I don't want it to be improved. I want it to be just as shitty or whatever scuffed as it originally was, just so I can see the original version. But it's very difficult sometimes to find those, unfortunately. Because that's what people would say too. Oh, just play the newer remake or whatever. It's just better. But better is still sort of subjective. Or again, you want to see it kind of with all of its flaws intact. Bro, this is too bad, man. Why does this have to happen right now? And will that count as a loss? Like, if it is a side issue like this, it should be, even though it probably would have been a loss. So in a way, it's kind of unfair. Like, you know, then I would have evaded a loss that I genuinely would have had. Or what if it's some really big high stakes game? It's a game that's going to get me to 3,000 rating, or it's in the middle of some sort of tournament type setting. Like, what the fuck, man? Yeah, free site, by the way. Chess.com is hacking them to try to take it down. Let me look at some other stuff here. The 1996, the only thing I don't get about that is yeah, let me read it again, actually. What would have been different? Either that or the only other option, you'd have to play it actually on the original. Well, no, I guess you could try to still find another version of it, but compatibility, so assuming if you did find the original, it wouldn't be compatible. What did it say? Xbox One. Full support for modern controllers. I'm sure this will be good enough. Bundle contains horror game. Legitimately digital format. Expect from a release of all title. Vanilla. Warts and all. That's it. Are still low resolution. A little choppy. Just as it originally was. Controller's easy to use. Okay, I guess I just won't do anything here then. Fuck it. I maybe shouldn't be allowed to go on chess.com even in the variant sense, because, or for any purpose, because I failed the bot challenge. I forget what I said the criteria if that would really be, that I shouldn't even be allowed to play on it now. Because even then, what I have is a secondary account just to sort of do variants and other stuff and not play proper rated games. But this is like never happened. That is such incredible timing, bro. You can't even check the fucking status now. Down right now. Akinator is down. Really? Since when is that ever down? Down for 5 hours. That's kind of a shock. That's always so. The chess is down. Board game arena is down. A lot of random things. Icy Veins. This is like a WoW thing, isn't it? Or not WoW. It's Hearthstone database, isn't it? I can't remember. Wait, it's back. Or maybe it is for WoW. Never mind. Genshin Impact. Okay, come on, come on. I just want to see what the outcome of that game was, if nothing else. That's such bullshit. Like, I don't want to do another fucking stream now later today. This was what I was expecting to do. So I have to do my chess for the day, but now I'm going to have it cut short, even though it was already meant to be a short session. United States down, Germany down, Nigeria down, Colombia down. What are they talking about? Okay, dude. What the fuck do I do? None of these are recent comments, so they're complaining about other stuff 3 weeks ago. I never noticed that. Assuming that this is even that this is even accurate, but I assume it is. Downtime. Downtime of 13 minutes. Of course, you can't see that even because it's already down. How ironic. We'll keep a down detector status on our own website so that if the website goes down, that'll go down too, and you'll never be able to see it. It's up. What the fuck is this? Last updated 1 hour ago. This is the one that seems to be saying it correctly. Warmane is down, up, and reachable. Okay, now it's up. Okay. It just changed from that, so at least it was down at some point. Oh, I don't know. Just wanted to do like one fucking game at least. So stupid. This is what I pay a premium subscription on the site for? Oh wait, it's a free site anyway. 384 votes cast. Yeah, I could look at some old school classic like that, or I could just do some other random one like that. Stay Out of the House or something just obscure, or something newer that maybe just came out, which I typically don't like to do that. For maybe 2 reasons. Like, oh, that could get expensive because you keep doing it every 5 seconds or something. Or I mean, you know, you're buying a new game every week for $60 or something. That could get expensive. And also, just in general, I like to sort of anticipate stuff. Like, there's so many old things that I haven't played, so why would I, you know, I'd rather relish in that than have to feel like, oh, it's sort of like this false value that, oh, something's more valuable because it's new. Even though if you haven't played it or watched it or whatever, like a movie, it's new to you. So why does it matter if it's new overall, right? It's sort of this false value we place just on newness. You'd rather watch some shitty movie from a year ago because, oh, it's new, versus, oh, I want to watch some classic movie from 100 years ago or 50 years ago, whatever, that you haven't seen, so it's still effectively new. Okay, now it does seem to be me somehow, but I don't get it. Makes no sense. Okay, let me try to reset something. This is just amazing. Like, you gotta really ruin this shit when I already don't have time. This is what you have to do when somebody's so good at chess. You have to literally have this happen, where you even have my power go out, have the site go down. Like, actually, the universe has to sabotage me because I'm too good otherwise. Okay, we'll go to here. Now, it'd be really bullshit if that counted as a loss, though. At least if the site is acknowledged as going down, you would, you know, it should be a wash. It should just count as a draw or something. But then even if you were gonna win, right, you'd be. It kind of is still illegitimate because you could be saved from a loss that you were about to have. You could be denied a win that you were gonna get. Like, I don't know. Why is it doing this? Now I'm on there, but it's lagging. It couldn't be me. Or you know what? This was happening with my other place's internet. At one point, that's like, what is this, man? You know what? I'll make an executive decision. Even if I can't log in, I don't mind even just playing a game, period. Like, this is utterly fucking stupid. Come on, I was just on there too. Alright, I give up. I'll just do something else. I'll just play a game like logged out, I guess. On like chess.com or something. I'm not gonna sit here all day fucking waiting for this shit. Makes no sense. That is such unbelievable timing too. And I was in the middle of the game, so I don't know what that even means now. Like, I'd love to see what the result of that is actually gonna be. Or it keeps working out, or you know, it could be something with that add-on that's fucking it up. The fuck is going on? Okay, I'll try that some other time then. Let's just go here. I'll just play like an offline game and see how this actually works. Which in theory I'm not even allowed to play on here, but not at least within an account. Let's see how this experience goes. Let's say we're advanced, which I'm obviously not. What's it doing? Is it searching for a game? I like that new thing that they put out there. Yeah, I'll roll over all these people because even if they chose, oh, they're advanced too, they don't know what fucking advanced means. Right, like I highly doubt these people are gonna be good, but you never know. It could be some GM in his spare fucking time too. We can bring this, bring this. So I was losing that last game anyway, but I'd rather actually still play it out and lose it like that. So I'm gonna create a weird structure that isn't actually suitable for where the bishop is gonna be in a way that I don't understand why I'm even doing it. But yeah, this is what you would do if you had a Darkster bishop or if you just didn't have anything. They would take, I would take, go here. You know, I guarantee you this guy's just going to be outclassed. Even though I'm not good, it's still a case where I should have probably just done that first. You could have done a move like this, but it's okay. You go here. Let's just be annoying and cheeky about it. You probably do want to trade this one off anyway. You can go to here and everything is fine. We have the Darkster bishop. That I wasn't expecting at all. And so it's a case where they could double take onto there. But now I'm going to only lose because I'm going to let my guard down somehow. Okay, this is already going kind of a little badly. +2. Wait, that isn't actually that big of a deal. I should have just like slid my bishop here before when I had the chance. But he would have been able to push it out anyway. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Somehow they don't want to. You create a double stack here, which could be threatening at some point. They take there, I could still take back. This one's not even covered. I could create the rarely seen triple stack as well. This could turn into something good if you could just... Well, it doesn't exactly work though. They would take, I would just take, so it's not really a big deal. They might offer up the same shit here. This is probably the worst thing you could do too, because, you know, when you're already down material, why would you really play like that? They don't actually have a passed pawn in any meaningful way. And the reason why is because, you know, that's kind of cute because since I did that, now they're both on light squares, but that will be preserved to some degree. And so therefore you have a pretty good thing as far as the positioning, like everything is on a light square. So at least I'm playing that sort of strategically. Doesn't stop the king from coming through, but it could be a little problematic for them. They raise, take, take, take. They're up still a little bit, but imagine if they fuck this up. They have to just not lose anything with respect to... Okay, so take, take. Oh. They take, I can still take. And try to go around the outside to here. The problem is they can't come through there, nor can they come through there. So it becomes a question of, I maybe should try to go at this one. I don't see what their path is on this side. They'll probably cover that, obviously, but for now they can do that because you lose the thing. So it is going to be very dangerous, though. So you're hitting this, and I could almost double attack it with the king in that, but it's going to be too late because they have too many other pawns already. Or that was a very strange move because it allows me to kind of deal with both. And so now I can try to push this one. They also have this one. Fuck me. You raise, I can take. I can potentially double take. I can take this, actually. Which doesn't work because then of that. So they're clearly in a good spot. That would have been a good take, actually, but it's just not possible. Oh, shit. God damn it, I'm one square off of actually being able to touch that. Not like I'm losing a rating or anything for this, but I am surprised. I was even talking shit saying, oh, I'll probably be much better than these people because they might have put in, oh, they're advanced or whatever, but they don't know what advanced really means, which they probably still don't, but it's just a little surprising. Okay, let's see if that's back up, which I probably won't even bother doing now, but I'm just curious. Why the fuck it's doing that? Yeah, let's compare that. Like, let's play one on here, not logged in. Which this doesn't count towards anything. I just want to see what the outcome of that last game was, too. Where you have, the disconnect, because that would be really dumb if that still counts as a loss. Losing to bugs and disconnects in every game. Like, PvZ Heroes, that was a common thing that would happen all the time. Clearly, that's why I failed the challenge, but I won't even say that. You go here. You go here, take. They would take, I would take, they would take, I would still take. Even though this would, no, it wouldn't undouble it anyway, so. Or I guess that allows it to be undoubled. You go there, okay, fine. You could go here with the bishop itself, and that's kind of the whole point of trying to open that. But the problem is that you're not really able to take advantage of it because well, now you can, but they kind of did that in a way that they didn't need to do. You'd never know who this person is or how good they are or anything because it's a case where you know, it's just sort of random. If they take, I take with the queen. They could give a check here, but it doesn't really do anything. They could take this, I guess. Take, take, check. You're hitting this otherwise. So this is good in multiple ways because you have, not only do you get this, but you also are threatening this. Which maybe gives me an incentive to do this, but also you could do that, I guess. Would have been better. I'm just trying to hang on to this threat too much, but yeah, wouldn't that have been better? You go here, then you, no, but I could have done like that or something. I kind of want to do that, but I don't know. Having too nicely this right in your face can be a problem. So you can go here, give a check, and then you'll try to set up for something dumb with this. Yeah, that guy wasn't too bad, the chess.com. I'm sort of testing which site is more competitive in a random matchup, but it would vary so much that you can't even measure it like that. You have this here, and so you just want to take that. They maybe could have done something better still there. Threatening there. All we have to do is get rid of that stupid ass knight. Or they're double attacking it too, so I shouldn't even worry about it. They bring the thing here, I guess. You take, you're threatening here, you could try to double attack it. Yeah, let's look at the outcome of that if it's actually going to show me. For some reason this wasn't working, I just tried to do it. Oh yeah, here we go. So I think that may have counted, as a loss. I'm pretty sure. The way the timing works on this is always so inaccurate. It'll say like, oh, it was an hour ago, but it wasn't. whatever. So we didn't really get to do much there, unfortunately. So maybe tomorrow I will try to do some horror themed thing just for the fuck of it. Right? It feels like a shame not to. I think last year I was doing the Xbox Game Pass Gauntlet or whatever, so I kept picking games on there that were maybe horror related, or I at least ran into a couple of them. Resign, probably just because they're getting bored on time, even though they took longer than I did. Okay, see you tomorrow.